to what I need. Put a picture so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, I would. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This weighs up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we greet. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castle, oh, we drift to the edge.
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Paint away day and night, 6 hearts of I'm okay. is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Freedom. You depend, so you always will. Let's go. What's up? Begin. I'll help you clean up the mess. Misdirection. Yo. My obsessions always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will. Let's go, dude, Tony! Analyze and fall victim. My venom lowers. Time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did. Yeah, I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did. Yeah, I wonder if you ever. Yo. Dude, let's go, Jen. Thank you. Yo. Here we go. I just wanna be free. Yeah.
Let's go. Free, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dude, how we doing on this lovely Saturday night? Let's go. It is a lovely Saturday night too, is it not? Is it not among the loveliest Saturday nights you've ever had? Bro, I fuck with that Snowcastle song. Let's go. Dude, Jet, thank you. That is a good tune. That is a very different than my usual tunes, right? It's a good song though. Chilling in Eugene, let's go. So yeah, so today was Fortnite Day, which was actually a lot of fun. I had a really good time. I'm totally enjoying that. That does mean, however, on Fortnite Day, I usually am a little behind on the political curve. I'm usually not paying super attention to what was going on. However, you know, I did sort of take a peek around. Dude, there's a lot of man, I just feel like there's a lot of weird energy happening right now about the disaster, okay? The absolute disaster that is the fucking Trump admin, right? Like, holy hell, bro. What is the Trump admin? I mean, so we are going to look at a couple of things here tonight. One of the things we're going to look at is the ridiculous way that this attack was handled. Did you see those pictures at fucking Mar-a-Lago? They had like curtains hanging and like no skiff, no, you know, nothing was, you know, I don't know, nothing was encrypted. I mean, fucking 𝗙cie 𝗹𝗍𝗪 is wearing an Apple Watch. Like the whole fucking thing was like they went to some side parlor at Mar-a-Lago with curtains hanging. Absolutely reckless. And again, you know what this shit does to me, guys? Is I've talked about this before. It reminds me of what happened when Trump did the debate with Kamala Harris, right? Where he showed up and you could see that he hadn't really rehearsed. He didn't have really prepared points except for the lie about the fucking eating the pets. But mostly he was just like bullshitting and fucking, you know, trying to schmooze around the questions. And that behavior, it doesn't fit the office, right? Like, if you're going to be president of the biggest country in the world, you should show up prepared. You should be willing to like go the extra mile to realize how powerful your position is and how much harm and damage you can cause to the whole world if you don't get it right. So it's really important to like do your homework, to show up prepared, to show up willing to like give it the absolute best shot out of respect for the office, right? You know what I mean? And to me, that's the difference between somebody that respects the job and somebody that just looks at it as whatever, not something that they have to necessarily do good at. And this shit of like just having some curtains thrown around a room at Mar-a-Lago to where he's not like in a situation room, he's not using encrypted messaging, he's not being very careful that all of the stuff they talk about is like in the sanctity of the White House. Yeah, it just shows that he doesn't respect the office of the presidency. Okay? He doesn't. He doesn't respect the job. He doesn't respect the power that job comes with and how important it is for him to get it right or people could really get harmed. Like, he has no fucking respect, okay? He just doesn't care. He just whatever, right? He'll give it whatever little bit of attention, and he just assumes that he can fucking do whatever he wants, and he can do no wrong, you know? And you're right. He never did respect it. But guys, that type of thing bothers me even more than like the lying. I mean, we know he's a liar, he's a degenerate, he's a rapist, he's a terrible human being. But the fact that, especially with his administration being so cognizant of like DEI, right? And this idea of, oh my God, a meritocracy. And then he just rolls up like without a fucking ever doing his homework, ever. He just rolls up and is like, nah, I'll just wing this, right? I don't fucking care. I'll wing it, right? As though the job is like not important, you know, not powerful, not befitting of somebody who like takes it seriously. And that kind of shit bothers me, man. It really does, because you can't effectively distribute power if you don't respect the amount of power you have, you know? And I mean, this is why he causes so much harm, you know what I'm saying? This is why he causes so much harm. Let's go. Shin Godzilla, thank you, boss. Did I honestly expect more out of him and his admin? See, it's not about expect, you know, because I expect nothing from him. But you know, I still, you know, it still bothers me when people have extraordinarily powerful jobs and they don't respect the amount of power. That shit bothers me. And you know, I mean, I have no expectations on him. I'm not surprised that he doesn't respect it. But that doesn't make me like any less bothered. You know, because my bothering is independent of him. That's just about me. It's like that type of respect and empowerment is something I really value. And I think it's really important in a job like the presidency. And so, you know, seeing somebody that like, that doesn't respect the office, you know, it bugs me, but not surprised, you know, not the least bit surprised. I mean, I'll be honest, you know, maybe part of me thought that like his second time around, maybe he was going to be like a little different, and he is different this time around, but not in the like having gotten better at the job kind of way, you know, or, you know, even after all his talk about getting shot and all this shit, right? But he hasn't like evolved at all in a good way. If anything, he's like devolved, and he's become even more reckless and careless and even more like resentful. Like, I think he's honestly resentful about the position, you know what I mean? Always find bucks for a war. Always. Dude, that's the American way, guys. We are warmongers. But, you know, that's the dementia showing. I mean, that too, he is not himself, right? I mean, and that's kind of enjoyable. I'll be honest, guys, that is kind of enjoyable, because if you look, like, after you watch him speak now, a fun thing to do back to back is to like watch him speak and then to go watch like the 2016 debates. And you're like, holy shit, he used to actually be able to like speak coherently on a topic and like make a point. Even if you disagreed with him, he was capable of like aggressively making a point that meant a lot to him. And now, dude, he's like holding on to the fucking lectern, just trying to stay awake, trying to keep his face from fucking sagging off, dude. Dude, he is a shell, bro. Like, let's start with the Mar-a-Lago clip, okay? There's some Mar-a-Lago clips where it shows him dancing. But, dude, look at how pathetic this fucking dance is, bro. Put your hands down. All right? Just look at how pathetic his dance is. Put your hands down. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? He's standing there. He's like, right? No energy, bro. They're singing Lee Greenwood. Everyone in the room is hammered. Bro, everyone in that room, those people are so fucked up. Like, and he just is like no energy. He's just standing there like Frankenstein's asshole. It's pretty pathetic, actually. But man, if you like look at this clip though, and you like listen and look at the people in the background, everyone in Mar-a-Lago, like they get so wasted, guys. They like the people that hang out in his inner circle are such degenerates. It is astonishing how degenerate and like shit-faced these people get. Booze, it's probably booze, coke, raw milk. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They're pounding sand up each other's ass. It's everything, dude. They are just beat. They're slamming Botox needles into each other's faces, right? Let's go. Ah, dude, it's pretty pathetic. But I mean, dude, he just stands there like a fucking circus sideshow, man. And that's really what he is. He is just a smelly, crusty, like incapable, unliked, you know, circus sideshow. Right? Brutal. But yeah, so there's the Situation Room, guys. Let's look at the Situation Room. There it is. Look at this shit. Like, what is this? Everyone hates him. Everyone hates him. But look at this shit. Hold on. I'm gonna save this image. All right, so we can look at it, so we can zoom in a little. Dude, the curtain, like, really? That, right? The curtain, that's really what you have? I mean, look at this, dude. There's literally just curtains, like, draped. There's music speakers in here. These curtains are draped and, like, pinned together. There's no privacy. This shit is, like, wide open. This curtain, you can fucking see through this shit, dude. You know what I mean? And I mean, look at him, bro. Oh my God. I mean, you know, I don't want to judge, but is this guy like the ugliest motherfucker you've ever seen in your life? Dude, look at him, bro. He is just fucking misery, dude. Oops. Sorry. Just misery, boss. Look at Marco. Susie, she looks pretty gruff. Look at this guy, dude. This guy is all of us right there, bro. He's like, dude, he's doing the girl in the back seat of the car, the kid who's like, what are you doing? That's what he's doing, dude. Isn't that wild? This guy's like thinking like, do we have any bagel dogs? Is there going to be snacks served at this meeting? This guy's like, is there going to be pork rinds served at this meeting? Please, pretty please. Right? But here's their fucking whatever. They got the phones out. They've got a board here with like things marked. Like, what the fuck is going on? They have a bunch of shit marked on the board. This guy's like checking in, but the fact that you can see through this shit, there is like no privacy whatsoever. You thought this was the omelet bar. This is just a side area somewhere at Mar-a-Lago. Dude. Yeah, well, and no, I know, Aaron, you're not wrong. I mean, him going to his properties is a crazy grift, okay? Because they have to pay all right. They have to pay for all the food and the beverages and the lodgings for all the social Secret Service detail, etc. And guys, in the first administration, they were charging the government every time he would go to his property. They were charging him like $15 a water. Just these crazy, outrageous prices. You know, these guys go back to their room, the Secret Service. If they have a drink, it's probably like a $50 bottle of alcohol. He is just hitting the cash register every day, every weekend, every week, just going to his properties. They're charged like for the trip, for the transportation, for the flowers on the table, for the rooms, for the water, for the food, for the beverages, everything. I wonder if he's even charging like some type of dues. Like, I wonder, because they raised the dues. I would not be surprised if he's requiring all the Secret Service members to be dues paying members, and then the U.S. government is just, you know, paying $1 million a pop to Mar-a-Lago. I mean, he's just like corruptly profiteering off this so bad. And he was doing it the first term too, but now everything is reckless. This right here, guys, is reckless. And what bothers me about this too is these two people, like, they know better, okay? Trump knows better too, but these two people definitely fucking know better. They definitely know that this is outlandish and beneath the office, and that Trump doesn't take the job seriously, and yet they choose to cover for him. They choose to protect him, even though he is just shitting on, you know, that which they have spent their entire life dedicated to. Okay? Because, guys, when you get into government like this at the level they're at, these guys have been in public office for 20 years. And Trump has been fucking around like he's still lying about the 2020 election. I mean, it's pretty toxic. But man, I can't get over how bad he looks. How he looks like 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗽𝗀, dude. The serial killer. I mean, tell me, dude. Tell me he doesn't look like 𝗙cie𝗶𝗽𝗀, bro. Look at that shit. Dude. Dude, that's him, bro. Right? Dude. That's him. Dude, I mean, she was from Florida too. She does look better. She was from Florida too, right? I think it might be a Florida thing. Brutal, huh? Isn't that brutal? Yikes. Brock says it's the same person. Dude, brutal life. I mean, this shit is catching up with him. Now, speaking of corruption, guys, okay? It's bad enough that, you know, whatever, they're sitting there in the Situation Room. These people are corrupt AF, okay? But like, this next thing that we're going to look at, guys, is gnarly. And this is Polymarket, okay? Because something went down yesterday, guys, that is not okay. All right? But look at this, dude. a Polymarket account called MAGA My Man made 500 grand in a single day betting on the U.S. strike with Iran. Okay? There was like a betting percentage that was only like 17% that like the U.S. would strike Iran. So 71 minutes before the news went public, this account got created and it bought $87,000, okay, on that Iran is going to be struck that day. And then 71 minutes later, the Iran strike happened, okay? Now, Donald Trump Jr. is on the Polymarket board. They've invested millions into Polymarket, okay? The DOJ and the FTC both had investigations into Polymarket, which got dropped once Trump got in there, okay? And you're not supposed to use prediction markets, but they're like insider trading this shit, okay? Where somebody came in 71 minutes before the attack and bet almost 100 grand on this shit, and they gleaned a cool $500,000. There were a couple accounts that did this, that somebody made like $1.2 million yesterday in like an hour, right? Isn't that wild? And guys, this is so dirty because it's real obvious that it was either a family member or Trump himself or somebody like in his close inner circle. But this has been happening a lot, okay? And guys, I'm gonna go out of here on a limb and say that I think these betting markets, I think they need to be gone. I think this shit needs to be outlawed because this is just a con from beginning to end. And everything about this, like everything they're betting on here, there are some people that are like the deciding factor in order to win or lose that bet. So this thing is making it is rife with corruption and abuse because it is literally set up. So if you have inside information, you can start making bets when the odds are like insane. And it's almost like a guaranteed win. And in fact, ever since sports has gone to open betting, I feel like the sports have gotten worse. That like there are way more instances of people feeling like the game is fixed because people like, guys, if you're a position player who makes $1 million for the year and you can glean a cool 10 mil, okay, on a weekend sports betting because you actually can determine the level of play, even though you're doing it like, you're doing it sneakily because it's not allowed, but it is happening with crypto. Anonymity is like king. But isn't that dirty? Isn't that like some of the dirtiest shit you've ever seen? Dude, it is definitely not halal. Okay. But man, and look, reminder, you have no proof of anything. Oh, you have no proof. Dude, these fucking goons, bro. Like, this shit is gnarly, right? So gnarly, boss. Okay. 6 suspected insiders made $1.2 million yesterday. Okay. Right? People around Trump are profiting off war and death. I like that, though. Chris Murphy said he's introducing legislation ASAP. That absolutely has to happen. Like betting, these betting markets, they need to go away. Dude, there is no good reason here. It's anonymous crypto. It is like rife with money laundering. You know what I'm saying? It is just manipulatable, cheatable on every level. The people that run this shit can, place these huge bets. They know all the information, right? When they have inside information. So toxic, bro. You notice them happening more and more? Yeah, it's just like the the sports feels different now. Like a lot of times it feels like it's not even about the game on the field, and it's about somebody just trying to make money off the game on the field, because now the product is like the betting outcome, right? The product is the betting outcome, not even about the game outcome. It's like, if, you know, people are now, it feels like they're trying to match the game outcome to the betting outcome so they can be like, thank you, right? Thank you. Oh, let's put $1 billion. Oh, let's place a bet. Yo, bro. Dude, I am so tired, okay? Let me just tell you, I'm going to sleep good tonight. Oh. Using AI to set lineups. Yeah, man. Dude, this is bothersome. And again, what the corruption is so, right? The corruption is so off the rails now. By the way, guys, I don't know if you know, though, Trump did get a new car. Okay? Trump has a new ride. It's right there. There it is. That's Trump's new car. Let's go. All right. We are going to wish him well in the new vehicle. When you see that shit rolling by, Pine box. Oh, shizzle. Right? Ugh. Yeah. Adios, Trumpito. Yeah, man. That, like, I don't know, man. It's like nobody's taking this shit serious. Love the way you talk. Let's go, Revolution. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you. I love that you love the way I talk. Right? Dude. Not cool. All right. We are going to look at the war a little bit. The war going on. I don't know. It feels like it's just not a proud day. I think one of the things that's pretty crazy is the level of hypocrisy. I did save some of these, you know, comments and shit so we can sort of revel in how hypocritical these guys are. And, you know, I'm noticing a large refrain here. Like, you will see people on Twitter who are saying shit like, you know, a common phrase I'm seeing a lot is people saying, you know, Trump has the Democrats defending a dictatorship. But, like, no one's defending Iran, you know? I mean, right? No one's defending Iran. But, you know, we're not here to police Iran. You know, that's not our job. And like, yeah, is there shit in Iran that is like, you know, we look at it and it's like, wow, that's really inhumane? Sure. But like, dude, what are we going to do? We're just going to invade every country that doesn't, you know, adhere to our standards, which ironically, our standards fucking suck ass. What are our standards even? We have mass marauders raiding the streets, doing an ethnic cleansing, killing U.S. citizens. They're lying and cheating on their paperwork, like trying to like send people away, committing war crimes, blowing people up, sending them to a third world prison. There's people dying in the streets. Homelessness is getting out of control. Okay. The roads suck. We have no high speed rail. We're not winning the chip or AI battle. You know, people are getting less and less educated except for young women. And now we're having some sort of a weird Christian revival, but it doesn't even seem like that can be anchored in honesty, because every day some evangelical freak is getting arrested or some shit for being a total fucking degenerate, you know? So, like, what are we doing, right? What are we doing? Yeah, the missile killing the people at the school. Like, we, you know, it's just weird Because for the last 10 years, we've heard Trump talking about shithole countries. We've heard Trump talking about all this crazy shit. Okay. And you know, in effect, he has made America a total fucking shithole. Right? He has. You know what I'm saying? Being negative, this is not negative. This is not negative. This is realistically looking at what Trump is doing. This has nothing to do with negativity, right? I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to be like, oh, Trumpy's doing such a good job. Oh, Trumpy. Oh, he's invading everyone and kidnapping heads of state. Like, what a great guy. Oh, no, dude. You got to be real, man. Like, we got to be real what this guy's doing to this country. We're going to have to fix this shit, bro. Peace. Dude, peace. Yeah, it is taking inventory. Well said. Well said, boss. I mean, guys, we're going to have to repair this shit. Okay? We are going to have to repair this shit. Like, you know, I couldn't help but thinking, right? I couldn't help but think about what he said at the State of the Union, right? At his State of the Union, you know, when he says, we're the most respected we've ever been. And I'm like, huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, shit. Total obliteration. I mean, he's obliterated something. It wasn't Iran. It was our country's framework. Oh, man, dude. Oh, shit. But, yeah, dude, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this shit plays, right? Day 2. Dude, what do we got? I mean, we've definitely lost our position, right? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what their through line is, you know, because part of their, like, presentation was about how we're going to be, like, focused on our own, right? And they've, like, focused less on our own than I think I've ever seen in an administration. I mean, the only focus on us has been in his attempts to, like, police the blue state, you know, to, like, kind of throw the book at the blue state. Yeah, it really, I like what Josiane says there. It, like, doesn't make sense. And you know what's funny though, guys, is I was kind of wondering, I have to switch. I'm wearing these pants. Hold on. I got to switch out of these. These are, like, way too hot. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm going to put some music on while I go put on some pajama pants. Because I have a thought about this, guys. I have a thought about the decision making that I'm wondering if at first I thought, nah, there's no way that's happening. But now I think I might actually be right. Let me go grab something a little thinner because it gets cooking in here. Enjoy this lovely song. All right, I'll be back in like 1 minute.
Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play, play, play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded, faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why, where was mine? I couldn't find it, but you're all I've got. You're all I want.
Oh, much better. All right, let's go.
Someday.
Let's go. So let me run by you what I was thinking. So, like, lately, it has seemed like the decision making is like there's a lot of competing sort of agendas, right? You know what I'm saying? If you guys notice that, where it seems like, and I mean, Trump has always had a little bit of that, where he does something and then he waits and sees how the crowd reacts. And depending on the crowd reaction, he may change up completely. But it seems like they're like extra, like all over the map, which could be attributed to, you know, the daily ups and downs of the Epstein files and shit like that. But I've kind of thought that maybe there's many voices trying to call the shots, right? I don't know. I've kind of had the vibe lately that it seems like there's not one source of like straight leadership, that the decision making is coming from like multiple different people in the background, and you know what I'm saying? That like sometimes he's doing what Miller says, and sometimes he's listening to Rubio, and sometimes he's listening to Vance, and sometimes maybe like Susie Wiles is calling the shot, or the Heritage Foundation. It like feels like the government's being run by like a different person like every 6 hours or something. And I think mostly because he's out of it. He's like gone. You know what I mean? Like he's kind of cooked. Like I don't think he's a reliable source of leadership anymore. I think his ability to provide like coherent leadership is actually gone. That a lot of times they're just trying to keep him coherent enough to read off the teleprompter. You know what I mean? And so like it seems like we don't even know who's piloting the ship anymore, right? Dude, Jelly Beans mommy. Dude, his brain is definitely mush, boss. Like that shit is like cooked. Holy hell, bro. Yeah, it is weird. It is like weirdly all over the map. Elon's son did say he's not the pres. Oh, that's true. That's true. His brain is basically oatmeal. Yeah, dude. No, it is like there's something deep going on, guys. There's some deep shit going on where he's just not well, right? His brain is definitely cooked. Dude, oh my God. You see this? This is hilarious. Look who's back, guys. Look who's taken another stand. Speaking of like no direction. Dude, she said Charlie Kirk is sorely missed today. And she says, Lindy Lee, I am so America first that I am America only now because our own house is not in order. I support what President Trump ran on in 2016, 2020, and 2024. No regime change wars. Praying for our beloved country today and for our valiant troops. But like, dude, she didn't support Trump in 2020. She was raising millions of dollars for Joe Biden. Who the fuck is she kidding, bro? Like, she is crazy, dude. Do I think every pro-war, pro-Israel Democrat needs to be primaried? I mean, I don't know, dude. I you know what I'm saying? I mean, the thing is, here's the thing about that. You ready? Is in theory, you could probably say that, yes, every pro-war, every pro-Israel Democrat needs to be primary. But here's the problem. I think there are plenty of districts in America where the pro-war, pro-Israel person's going to be the one that wins, because that's the way the voters are in those districts. Like, and I think this is one of the hard things for us to reconcile as we move towards progressivism. Because, I mean, guys, I fucking love Zohran. I think Mamdani is amazing. I love that guy, right? I do. But he's in New York City, okay? Zohran's brand of progressivism is not going to win a statewide Senate race in Wisconsin. He's just not. And maybe down the road he will, after he puts up some numbers and does some miracle shit. But I think there are some districts that are just filled with shitty pro-war, pro-Israel like Americans that, you know, there are certain districts that are going to be won by those types of people. And, you know, it's true. I mean, you got to remember, guys, you got to remember that a lot of Democrats, not a lot, but there's a decent number of Democrats that are actually in red districts. Okay, 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗍𝐺's district is not a liberal Democratic district. It's red. That was a Republican district. 𝗍𝗪𝗏𝗍𝗪𝗏𝗍 right up in Washington here. That's a Republican district held by a Democrat. Everybody there is like, they don't hate Trump, but they voted for a Democrat because sometimes she votes like on some of those things that they value, that rural shit. It depends on the district, guys. It depends. It really does. I think it depends on the district. But in theory, yes, you know, pro-war, pro-Israel people should be primaried. In theory, absolutely. The thing is I don't know that the primarying people will necessarily win. That will be a district by district thing, because there are a lot of areas where things are changing. And there are a lot of areas where it's still just like America. I mean, I think there's room for many more progressives. Absolutely. There's definitely room for many, many more progressives. You know, there are. But, you know, I'm not so foolish to think that, like, because Mamdani won in New York City, I mean, you know, I still have family in Wisconsin, and they are unmoved. You know what I mean? They're unmoved by, you know, they're still conservative Christians, even if they are unhappy with Donald Trump, they're still conservative Christians that are suspicious of the buzzwords. You know, I mean, different with younger people, of course, but, you know what I mean? But we'll see. I say, you know, there's no harm in running a progressive in every district. I think we absolutely should do that. I think you should run a progressive in every district. I just don't necessarily expect them all to win. But I think you should, like, oh my God, you should run a progressive in every district. Like, why not? Why wouldn't you? Right? Why wouldn't there should be progressives, like multiple progressives competing in the primary if you can? You know what I'm saying? Of course, because the more progressives you have running, the more you're putting that progressive ideology like into the collective psyche, the collective political psyche. I mean, that's, guys, has been one of the problems, I think, is we haven't had enough progressives running. Like, it, you know, for a long time, it was far more likely to find progressive pundits than progressive candidates. But I think if you could have like 5 progressive candidates running for every fucking, you know, every elected office in the country, that would be like a huge amount of progressive policy being like brought into the political subconscious, because that's really, you know, like the messaging has to be part of the conversation, right? And for so long, our conversation has been a Republican talking to a centrist Democrat, and they've been, you know, like various like moderations of the same general ideas. You know what I mean? And so, like, I think having more progressives running for office means there are going to be more people talking about healthcare as a right. They're going to be talking about like investing funds in infrastructure and non-military things. They're going to be talking about like, you know, fixing the environmental shit and addressing people's concerns in a like, what do you need? How can we help rebuild some of this shit, instead of just ho-hum governing as usual? And so you really need to get shit into the conversation, right? I think the more progressives that are running, the more progressive policies are a regular part of these political fucking conversations. And right? So I think it's really, I think it's really, really like important. And then in the end of the day, the voters are going to decide, you know. But here's my thing. You ready? So my thing is this. Here's what I would like to see as somebody who has progressive ideals and who but doesn't hate the Democratic Party. So what I would like to see is, I would like to see, like I said, way more progressive candidates, whether they win or lose, just progressive thought being in a candidate that is being expressed on debate stages, in fucking, you know, roundtables, in town halls, in media interviews, to where the progressive candidates no longer seem like outliers, right? They are just regular, like, man, there's one in every fucking race, right? That's number one, is to have a flooding of the zone of progressive candidates just running in every district. So progressive political thought is part of the regular conversation as a viable alternative. So people are hearing it and they're seeing it, and they're seeing it be debated and shit. So that's number one, okay? Like many more progressive candidates. That's number one. Number two, though, the other thing I would like to see is when progressives lose, I would like to see like them to get rid of the resentment. You know what I'm saying? That I would like to see them to get rid of the resentment, because the resentment is really problematic. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you run with your progressive ideals and the voters aren't ready to hear it, they're not ready to trust it, you don't have to get mad. You don't have to get angry. You don't have to like, because you're not supposed to attack them. Your job isn't to attack the voter if they're not ready to hear you. Your job is to show up and offer them the viable alternative until they're ready to hear it, you know? And the thing about that is it's like, that's how you bring about change, okay? And I know 𝗙cie is attacking me, but 𝗙cie, you're full of it. You're full of it. You don't need a fighter when you're dealing with voters. It's like it's like somebody going to therapy, okay? They're not ready to hear the healing until they're ready to hear the healing. But if a therapist just screams at them and is like, fuck you, you're not doing the work, you're an asshole for thinking the way you think, they're never going to get there, okay? You need to present them with the fucking, with the solution until they're ready to get it, okay? And I think the voters will come around, but you got to get rid of the resentment, because the resentment, it tends to make the progressives not even palatable to the voter, because they're here like, here, I'm coming here with all these great ideas. And if the voter says, I'm not ready to see them, the progressive is like, you know, you're an asshole for not being ready. But like, they're eventually going to get ready. You know what I mean? They're eventually going to get ready. You know, they really will. They're eventually going to get ready. You know, you say the voters are already with you. Well, if the voters were already with you, you would have many more progressives in Congress, but you don't. So the voters, have not already been with you. I mean, maybe they're starting to turn now, but there's hardly any progressives in Congress. So like, clearly the voters aren't with the progressives. You know, I mean, we're getting more. They're getting more, but like, dude, when you have 200 progressives in Congress, that's when the voters are with you, right? You know, and it is starting to change. But I think the resentment and the anger, I don't think it helps. I don't think that stuff helps, right? I think though that is really, you know what I'm saying? It's like saying Bernie wouldn't have won, but Bernie didn't win the Dem primary, guys. Bernie got his clock cleaned in the South. Okay, so Bernie couldn't win a Dem primary. In order to win an election, you have to win the primary, right? But Bernie couldn't win the primary. You know, maybe he could win the primary now if he was young and ran. Maybe he would in the post-Trump thing, because, you know, people are super reactionary. But again, there's no reason, like, if you show up with your progressive ideals and people don't vote for them. Like, I saw somebody talking about Jasmine Crockett saying she's not a progressive, but like, she might win that primary in Texas. And like, so it's like, if Jasmine Crockett wins the primary in Texas, whether she's progressive or not progressive, like, you know, at least she's fucking winning, right? She's doing something right. She spoke to the voters of Texas enough to win. There's no reason for us to get mad at her because we think somebody different should have been the thing the voters pick. Like, the voters are going to pick who the voters pick, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so I just don't, I don't really see what the point is of, like, you know, being resentful about like who the voters choose. Okay. The voters might not choose who I think is like a good person for the cause, but like, the voters might not be ready to see things the way I see them. You know what I'm saying? You know? And so, I mean, I just see, like, I just think we need to get rid of the resentment when our shit doesn't win, right? You know, that's what I think, right? I think more progressives running, so they're in every race and they're part of the conversation. And then if the districts don't pick a progressive, like, don't get resentful at the party or the voters or the whatever, the situation, or, you know what I'm saying? Just keep showing up with your progressive ideals until the voters are ready to ingest it. And then it will turn. I think, you know what I mean? I mean, let me just tell you this, right? Like for me, you know, I mean, you see it. You see it now where people are like, if so-and-so doesn't win, I'm not voting for the Democrat. And it's like, oh, okay. So like, then what are you doing? Are you not part of the Democratic Party, or you're threatening that, like, if your candidate doesn't get picked by the voters, you're going to just sink the whole election because, like, it's your way or the highway? You know what I mean? I just don't understand that mentality, because it should be you go all in for your candidate and then the voters are going to decide. And then whoever the voters decide, that's who the fucking, right? I mean, the party may pick a favored son or a favored daughter, but that doesn't mean the voters are going to pick that person just because the party does. And the party, though, is allowed to, like, have a favored son. I mean, they did build the infrastructure. They have the money and the offices and the fucking volunteers and, like, right? You know, they have this huge power structure that they've created. So if they try to favor someone, like, I understand that. It's not fair, but it's like, you know, if I had a whole network of shit that I built and then I had a favored candidate that I wanted to represent this structure I built, I would see that there's nothing wrong with them wanting to have a favored son or a favored daughter. That doesn't mean that person needs to win, you know? You know what I mean? I mean, I just don't see, like, like, my thing is this, you know what I'm saying? is like, just as a personal thing, like, I'm kind of a salesman, okay? I've always been pretty good at being a salesman, okay? I've been pretty good at going in and, like, you know, I can go into a lot of different groups of people, and I can go in and be real with them, and a lot of times people will trust me because I go in and I can be very real and connected, and I'm not like just humming some fake agenda, okay? So I've always done really well going in and selling, like, whether I'm promoting a band or promoting this thing or trying to get investors, trying to get somebody to help me make a movie or let me use their fucking business to film in or whatever. I've always been really good, like, going into the room and connecting with people and having people buy into whatever I'm selling, right? I've been pretty good at that. But let me just tell you guys, it's never worked if I've gotten upset when they say no, okay? Like, the engine that makes that type of sales connection work is if they reject me, I don't take it personal at all. Like, they're allowed to reject all the good things I'm bringing to them, and I have to accept their rejection and then try again at, like, a later date. And I think that, like, you know, that's why when I see unrest of, like, leftists and centrists fighting and they're both going at each other and they're resentful, the centrists feel like the leftists are causing problems in the election, and the leftists feel like the centrists are causing us to lose, and everybody's real resentful. And, like, I think that resentment is harmful to the voters at large. I think the voters, like, especially if they're uneducated and they just want to be on a winning team, I think that resentment is hard for them to process. And it goes on both sides. It's not just leftists. The centrists have plenty of resentment, you know? And I think, though, it stems from, like, I think it stems from maybe a tiny bit of a lack of honesty, okay? Which, right? I think there's a little bit of a lack of honesty that's going on, where I think that there are some people not all, but I think there are some progressives and some leftists who genuinely hate the Democratic Party. Like, they just hate it. And yet they vote with it because they don't have any other option to get power. But they really do hate the Democratic Party. And so they're not really trying to win as Democrats. They're trying to destroy the Democratic Party. And I think some of them are not honest about that. That some of them actually aren't trying to help the Dems win. They are actually trying to make the Dems lose because they really hate the Dems. And they think if they lose enough, it's going to, like, benefit their cause. And so, and not all, I don't think they're all like that. I think there are plenty that can work with the party, but I do think there are some that really do hate the party, that they don't want the Democratic Party to be with them. They want the Democratic Party to be gone. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Saturday Night Vibes, let's go, Linz. And like, you know what I'm saying? I think there are some people that are like that they do hate the corporate Democratic Party. Seems the Dems are mad at Trump for not going to Congress for approval of a war they are in favor of. I mean, dude, like, a lot of people are in favor of the like the Iran thing. I think that's a kind of a sticky subject. I think more people would be in favor of deposing the Iranian government than we might want to believe in the government right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think in the government right now, you know. But so yeah, it's just a stickler. You're telling me you love Democratic Establishment Party, dude? No. So, oh no, the thing about this is it's not that I love Democratic Establishment Party. It's like, don't you understand? I love the power that the established Democratic Party has. They have the power. They have the network. They have the power. They have the backing. They have the financial apparatus with Act Blue. Okay. They have the offices, the boots on the ground. They have the infrastructure. Okay. That is, and I respect that they have that. And I recognize that the things they have are useful things in order to win an election and in order to get elected or in order to create political change. Now, what's hard is America is a wide swath of people. And so not everybody wants the same change. Like, that's the reality. Even if you look at the people, right? Like, for example, guys, I'm a Gen X male who got sober and did EMDR and healed a bunch of generational trauma. There's a whole bunch of Gen X males that aren't ready for what I have done in my life, okay? And if I went around to every Gen X male, okay, if I went around to every Gen X male and tried to expect them all to get on board with the type of life changes I've made, a whole bunch of them would not be ready to do it. And I have to accept that, like, a whole bunch of them are not ready to do it. But that doesn't mean I can't present, like, the life I lead and just share it with them. And some of them may get it and some of them may not. But I can't get mad at them if they reject it because they're just not ready for it, right? And so, you know what I'm saying? And you're saying constructive criticism isn't wanting to see your party fail? Yeah, well, and so the thing is, though, is I just look at criticism differently. Okay, guys, I think you win, and after you win, when you have the power, that's when you use the criticism and you try to flex. I mean, trying to get them to do what you want when they don't have any power and they're just scrambling to get power, they might not listen to you. There might be other people that are saying, well, here, do this, and it'll get you power. And so I don't know that that's necessarily the best time to, right? I mean, if you're trying to, like, blackmail them or something, if you're trying to say, hey, if you don't give me what I want, I'm going to fucking sink your goddamn campaign. But I don't know that that is effective, right? I don't know that that's effective because even if you sink their campaign, they're just going to fundraise more. Like, if the Democrats lose, they're just going to eventually turn that to more fundraising for the centrist Democratic Party, right? Like, you know, I think what you want to do is you want to get their apparatus working for you, right? You know what I mean? Like the ultimate goal, if you're a progressive, is to get the Democratic apparatus working with you and for you, and then you change it by giving it wins from doing it your way, you know? And I mean, a great example is Hochul, Jeffries, and Zohran Mamdani. They're right. Like, Jeffries didn't go in there, or I mean, Zohran Mamdani didn't go in there and tell Hochul and Hakeem Jeffries to fuck off. He, like, partnered with them and he showed them that, hey man, I'm winning this thing and I really need you. And I think maybe you need me too. And so, like, maybe we can all help each other. And like he presented that he had some power of his own, but that he needed their power as well. And so, and that doesn't mean that Kathy Hochul is going to become like a socialist. She's not. She's going to stay Kathy Hochul. But there is room for, you know, like, center parts of the party and you know, like, edgier parts of the party to, like, work together. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I'm saying if Zohran didn't win, so if Zohran didn't win, he would continue politicking just the way he is, and then he would run again. Okay, but yes, if Zohran didn't win, you would not have seen Zohran, like, cry about the centrist Democrats and tell Hochul and everybody to fuck off, and he wouldn't have burned down everything he built trying to win. No, you wouldn't have seen that. You would have seen him continue to do his politicking, and then he would have gone again next time. Okay? And right? That's how you do it. Like throwing a temper tantrum and throwing a fit and blaming a bunch of people about everything. It's never going to get you the wins. You know what I'm saying? You have to like take it in stride, and you have to keep showing up with your message until your message takes. I mean, the fighting should be with the other side, you know what I mean? And I mean, there is a certain amount of fighting in the primaries, but I'm not the first person to say that everybody's watching Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett in Texas because they want to see whoever wins that primary, is the other group's voters going to get behind them? And some people are nervous about that. They're nervous that if Tallarico wins, Jasmine Crockett's voters won't back Tallarico, or vice versa. And you've already seen Tallarico come out and say, man, if she wins, I'm all in for her. Like, just so you know. And like, so I think that I like that. I think that's really important to see that kind of shit, you know? But guys, I just, you know, like, you know, when it comes to these discussions, I think there's too much focus on like, oh, like if when I talk like this, like people will say, you love the centrists. And it's like, no, I don't love the centrists, but I recognize that they have something that I need if I want to get elected. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And like, you know, I'm not even arguing. I'm just telling you what I believe, right? You don't have to believe it, and I'm not going to change the way I believe. But like, I tell you this, guys, right? Miss, let's go. If I run for office, I'm going to run as a Democrat, and I would seek some support of the party, perhaps, right? I might run as a rebel against the incumbent, depending on the situation. I might run as a fucking, you know, it would depend on the race and the district and the people and the climate of like how I would run, but I would run to win. I wouldn't run to fucking prove some sort of a fucking integrity like thing. If I run for office, I'm going to run to fucking win, not to like be somebody that like certain parts of the political climate respect me. I'm going to try to fucking win and go to Washington, right? You know, and like, that's kind of how I would look at it. And so I guess I don't hate people who do that if people are just trying to win, because you can't, no matter how good your platform is, you got to win in order to get your platform going, right? You know, and sometimes winning, you know, like for example, sometimes winning, look at, you know what I'm saying? Look at like Zohran calling Trump, okay? When that girl from Colombia, okay, look at Zohran, all right? That girl from Colombia fucking got like ICE, went into Colombia and snagged that girl, and Zohran called Trump, right? You know what I mean? And like, dude, I respect that, man. Why? Because he knows Trump has a lever of power, and he knows that like he can, you know, Trump was digging him. He has some sway over Trump. Trump really liked him because he charmed him when they had their little meeting. He didn't just go tell him to fuck off, because he recognized that Trump has a certain power that could benefit the citizens of New York. And Zohran's not going to be afraid to use some of it. And that's smart, guys, right? That's smart. And so I look at the centrist Democrats or the Democratic Party like that, okay? You know? And I don't see anything wrong with that, you know? I don't. You know? But some people asked me what I thought, and I gave them my opinion. And I'm not arguing with anyone. I'm just telling you how I see it, right? It feels like some people are out there that like think like all of America is ready to just dump the centrist Democrats. And I disagree with that statement. I do not believe all of America is ready to dump the fucking centrist Democrats. I think all of America is kind of down on the American political system because it's just gridlocked, right? I mean, it's like we're gridlocked. We're gridlocked where the Republicans and Democrats don't work together. And even inside the party, the leftists and the progressives and the centrist Dems sometimes don't work together. The MAGA and the fucking conservatives don't work together, right? You know what I mean? Like, so even the two parties, the coalitions inside the two parties aren't working together, and the two parties aren't working together. And so, like, there's a lot of gridlock that is like, I think a lot of voters are kind of down on that, feeling like there's so much gridlock that nobody's ever going to vote together. And then, so we're just trying to become the biggest opposition we can. And I don't think people are excited about that necessarily yet, but I get it, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm not arguing with anyone, but some in this chat keep trying to argue with me. Yeah, I do feel like there are some people in this chat who just think my political take is all wrong, but I don't think it is. I think my political take is actually sensible, and I see that the people are having great success with my type of political mentality out there in the in the world of getting elected, right? You know what I'm saying? And that is that, like, my thing is, I don't hate the centrist Democratic corporate side of the party. I see it as a tool that is available to give you power, to get your hands on certain levers of power. If you can find the pieces of, if you can find the chinks in the armor that will allow your particular ideology to get wings, right? You hate them? Yeah, no, I know you do, 𝗙cie. I know you hate them. And like, I wish you didn't, because I don't know what kind of success you're going to have caucusing with them if you hate them, right? Like, if you hate, you know what I'm saying? It's like, if you hate a job, if you hate the job you go to every day, you can't do a good job. They got us to this point. I think capitalism got us to this point, and a bunch of bad decision making by voters and trauma from the pandemic, and people being lulled into thinking we had solved some problems we hadn't solved. I don't think it's really just the Democratic Party's fault. I think that's a little naive, actually, to think it's just the Democratic Party. It's like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and voters thinking shit was fixed, and like, I mean, we're all in this together, You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stupid people in America, though, too. Like, I've seen a lot of bad decisions in American politics, because I think sometimes people vote based on their fears and not based on, like, a sense of rational, right? I think people vote reactionary instead of responding, right? Does that make sense? Like, people, they vote, like, they might vote one direction, and then if they don't get the change they were expecting, they just go vote in another direction instead of responding to the fact that they didn't get what they want and then altering their tactics a little bit. I think, if you look at American politics, you know what happens every time? They vote for a president and they give that president both houses of Congress. And if something doesn't happen in 2 years, they swap out the Congress. And then the president is cucked. And then it all goes to shit. and then they rinse and repeat, and they do the same thing. You know what I mean? And like, it's so weird. You know, it's like, I've watched them do that for like 50 years and never just sticking with one party for like, you know, like I think if they just picked a party and everybody stuck with that party for like 20 years, you would then see some real change maybe, or maybe you wouldn't, you know, maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. You know, it's just, I just, you know, I had somebody in the YouTube comments, like talking about like Brian Tyler Cohen versus Hassan or whatever. And they were like upset at something Brian Tyler Cohen had said or something. And I guess Sam Cedar made a video, and it's mostly around like there are some people that are already supporting Gavin Newsom. And that's really what it is I think there are some people in the Democratic Party that genuinely like Gavin Newsom. And there are a bunch of people that hate Gavin Newsom, and they don't like that a bunch of people already like Gavin Newsom. And so there's like a weird battle brewing over that, you know? And so, but I don't really want to get too into that. Like, I don't know, man. I still like, I don't think us hating each other over that shit is going to fucking, you know, get crazy. Tax billionaires. Yeah, but see, Tony said it's not as simple as that, because I know everyone's saying, oh, Gavin doesn't want to tax billionaires, but Gavin didn't want a state tax on billionaires. And you don't want to do a tax on billionaires at the state level. Like, he's right about that. That doesn't mean Gavin would tax them at the federal level, but if you tax them at the state level, the billionaires just move their businesses and they avoid your tax. So you need to do it at a federal level so they can't move to Florida or move to Texas or move to Vegas and get rid of your fucking billionaire tax. You have to have that billionaire tax on a federal level so it is unescapable. They can't just pick up their business and move it out of your state, right? If you tax them at the state level, they just move, okay? So state level billionaire tax is horrible, horrible policy, because it allows the billionaire to escape it and to make you look bad and to make it look like your taxing of the billionaires caused the damage to the state. Like, you're giving the billionaires way too much power to make you look like an asshole and to ruin your policy. You have to, right? You have to fucking tax them on the federal level, right? And I don't know if Newsom would tax them on a federal level. I'm not saying he would, but I'm saying taxing them at a state level is bad policy. And everybody will fucking tell you that. Everybody who's watched. I mean, dude, they're already like threatening to uproot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we've watched, you know, people like Elon move his business to fucking Texas because there's no taxes. People are moving businesses to Florida because there's no taxes. So we really need the billionaire and the wealth taxes to be federal and to make it so these states can't like undercut you, right? Because otherwise, the minute you tax billionaires in California, Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis and these fucking red state governors are going to go and try to woo your billionaires and get them to move their business to their states where there's no taxes, you know? Was over BTC's course. Yeah, I think like people don't like course and shit too, but like, I don't know. You know what it is though, guys? I guess for me, I don't require everyone in the Democratic Party to think like me. And you know, I realize that a lot of them won't. I just, you know, I want to get them in power, and then I want to pressure them to do things. That's what I want to do. I want to get the power and then pressure, right? Instead of pressuring and not getting the power, right? I would rather get the power first and then apply the pressure, right? I've had over my life, I've had much more results that way, right? You get the power and then you apply the pressure. But you have to be willing to apply the pressure after you get the power, right? Which is hard because you get the power and you don't really get to celebrate the victory if you go to apply the pressure, you know, but I don't hate the Democratic Party, guys. I don't. And I'm, and maybe it's because I might run still for office one day. You know what I mean? Maybe I, it might run for office that way. You say it doesn't work that way, but it does work that way, guys. I mean, Barack Obama is a classic example. Okay, Barack Obama did not run on gay marriage. He sidestepped the issue, guys. He sidestepped gay marriage because he knew it was politically iffy and he knew that it was still alienating some people in middle America. So he sidestepped gay marriage. If a whole bunch of people had been, Obama won't come out and say he's pro-gay marriage, fuck him, we wouldn't have had Obama. We would have had John McCain or Mitt Romney. But the fact is he sidestepped it, and once he got in office, he did it, okay? And so, like, that happens in politics. People will sometimes sidestep things if they're worried that they might be politically toxic, and then when they get the power, they'll flex it, especially if once they get the power, everybody expects them to do it and really leans in and pressures it. You know what I'm saying? How can I not hate them? They are collaborators to fascism. They let this happen. But like, 𝗙cie, we voted. You know what I'm saying? When you say they let this happen, no. Like, the way I look at it is we as voters let this happen. We as voters got spun out on the pandemic, on Gaza, on our infighting. We were calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe. We were calling Kamala Harris Holocaust Harris. We were like, every time she made a mistake, we were like, oh, fuck, we're over her. We're not excited. And then we didn't show up at the polls. You know, I mean, dude, if 80 million of us showed up at the polls, Kamala wins, right? So, I mean, do you think the Democratic Party like turned people away at the polls? You know what I'm saying? Right? Those are the same Dems that have been in power for decades. Yeah, but they did some good shit. Okay. I had health care. You weren't getting denied by pre-existing conditions. The Dems did that. Like, don't fucking discount that. Was it Medicare for all? No. Was it perfect? No. But dude, people getting health care where you couldn't get rejected for pre-existing conditions, that was fucking revolutionary. And so like I was really excited that they did that. That was a big move. Right? Nobody could have predicted that some crazy racist fucker was going to come and shred the fabric of America. And after the black president, it was going to be the perfect time for all this fucking, white supremacist shit to like fester up. Nobody could have predicted that. I think a lot of Democrats thought they had it safely on lock. And and maybe they fucking took some shit for granted, but like, dude, we've all done that before, I've certainly taken relationships for granted or shit for granted. I think we all thought after the black guy won the presidency that like we were fucking, we thought we had it all licked and we didn't. But again, if you want to hate the Democratic Party, go ahead. But I'm not hating the Democratic Party. And I just don't think hating them is going to get you what you want, right? But hey, man, you better than I do. So maybe hating them will get you what you want. I'm not going to hate them. I don't hate them. I mean, there's a lot I don't love about them, but they're certainly better than the alternative, right? But you know what I mean? Dude, let's go. But yeah, I really, I don't hate him. Yeah, I just don't find it to be useful, right? It's kind of a waste of energy, right? For instance, you ready? Here's the deal. You ready for this, guys? I'll give you an example. Okay. I can't stand John Fetterman. Okay. I think John Fetterman is a turncoat. He's obviously like a super crazy, like Zionist dude. He also, you ready? John Fetterman, you can tell he wants to run for president, guys. And he's doing that middle of the road. I'm going to please both sides of the aisle. The same thing that Josh Shapiro has done in Pennsylvania. And you can tell that Fetterman wants to run for president. You can see it already. I'm telling you, you're going to see him run for president. That's what this behavior is leading to. Okay. Now, I can't stand him. Okay. If there's a guy I hate in politics right now, he's it. Okay. However, I want him primaried, and I'm going to donate to his primary fucking opponent when 2028 comes around. You can bet your ass. But you ready for this? If Fetterman wins the primary over the guy who primaries him, I will support Fetterman in the general election because I'd rather have Fetterman in there as much as I hate him than a fucking Republican. And that's just facts, And that's just I'd rather have the power and have a fucking annoying pain in the ass than to fucking not have the power. Okay? That's me. That's how I roll. But I'm going to try and get rid of him. But if I don't get rid of him, I'm going to accept that he's the guy the voters picked. And then I'm going to fucking back his ass to beat the Republicans. And that's how I roll. Even with the people that I can't stand. Right? Because I fucking hate Fetterman, but if I just let him, make me miserable the whole fucking time, every time he does a stupid vote, dude, what good's that gonna do? That ain't gonna solve anything. That's just gonna take away my fucking power. It's gonna take away my ability to get shit done. And I'm not giving Fetterman that. You know what I'm saying? So you say nobody is disagreeing? Well, then what are you fucking complaining about? You keep crying about hating the Democratic Party, right? And I say I don't hate them. And you then send 10 messages about how you fucking hate the Democratic Party and you can't believe I don't hate them. So you're arguing, 𝗙cie. You're not even admitting that. Everybody can see you arguing. So give me a fucking break, dude. Come on, man. You're arguing because I don't hate the Democratic Party like you do. And because I don't hate them. And I'm not going to hate them. Dude, they're my party. I've always been a Democrat, right? And they're not perfect. But, dude, just Schumer. Dude, see, Schumer does suck. But the thing about that, though, guys, is I don't even hate Schumer as much as other people do. I mean, I have a strong dislike of him. But I recognize the role that Schumer does where he makes these decisions and then everybody hates Schumer and it takes the whole pressure off the party. It's an interesting thing the way they have Schumer, right? They make him the person that he's the fall guy, dude, always. And right? So then the whole world hates Schumer, but then there's a whole bunch of other people that would be hated if Schumer wasn't there. So he dude, he's funny, man. But yeah, no, I don't like him. I don't like him, but I don't know. I just, I don't know. I think for me, I've always been a Democrat and I've been okay with that, Now is the time to change the party for better, Yeah. I mean, but again, guys, the thing, though, that I don't get about all of this discussion, which it seems like we have, usually with some leftists that sort of spur this discussion on is there's a thing where the party responds to the voters. You know what I mean? Right? The party responds to the voters. So if all the voters vote for nothing but progressive candidates, right? If the voters stop voting for 𝗡PAC candidates, the 𝗡PAC candidates won't be in power, okay? If the voters stop, right? And sure, 𝗡PAC has a bunch of money and they're going to do negative advertising, but the voters have the option of not voting for the 𝗡PAC candidate. And so I do put some responsibility on the voters because the voters are voting and so you know what I mean? I mean, sure, the party may pick a candidate that is their favorite son or their favorite daughter, but the voters are the ones who make the final decision always. I've never seen anything where the voters, you know, except maybe when Joe Biden dropped out and his running mate became the candidate. That was like, you know, that was after the primary. You know what I mean? But like the voters are the ones that pick whomever gets elected. You know? And I just don't understand why, like, you know, it's like if the voters want progressive policies, then the voters will, you know, run a progressive candidate in every fucking race, and the voters will pick the progressive candidate if they want those policies, you know? And that's like, but I hold the voters definitely a little bit more responsible than the party, because the party is just doing what it thinks is going to hold on to power. And I accept that. I accept that these political parties are not like our friends. You know what I'm saying? And they're not even necessarily here to help us. They're trying to gain power. The party is, okay? The party wants the power because that's going to determine which industries get the money. That's going to determine which agendas are being fed and fueled. So the parties want the power, and you know, and then there's candidates that are fighting for a piece of that power to be a part of the party, to have some of that power. And all the candidates have their agendas, and then the voters have their agendas. And so there's a lot of like room for gridlock, you know. But I recognize that the party politics for the power, and I guess I just don't resent it. I realize that if you want to win, you have to like outdo that shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it's always been like that. You know, I mean, like I've certainly gone into jobs where I go into a job and I want power. So I look and see which manager or owner or which whatever person in this environment has the power. And then sometimes that person just doesn't like me. But like, okay, they don't like me. I still want some of the power they have. I have to solve that equation of like, they hate me, but I need their power. So how do I get some power from them when they hate me, right? And then it becomes a thing you try to navigate, you know? And so I you know, if I want the power, I have to navigate that because they have it and I don't, right? And like, so I just don't see, like, I guess maybe that's not fair, but I accept that reality of the situation, right? That's the problem. That is the problem. The problem is Coyote says you have to take power, but see though, the thing though, Coyote, is yes and no. Okay, because if you look at it like Donald Trump is a classic example. He went in and he bullied the power away from the Republicans, and he like took over the whole party, but like it didn't work out good. Like sometimes when you go in and you bully and take over the power, sometimes it doesn't work out good. Because if you're the type of person who's going to bully and take over, you are usually the type of person who's also not good at managing the power, you know? And then maybe if you bully and take it over, the power's going to go to your head. So I don't know. The demagogues don't always like work out well, you know? And then some people get corrupted, right? But, you know, SNL's Cold Open, was it good? But I don't know, guys. And I mean, to those of you that like are looking for a place to hate the Democratic Party, like, I'm sorry that I don't provide you a good enough space to hate it. But I don't hate them, you know? I don't know why. And it's possible that, you know, it's born of my privilege too, being a white male. Maybe I have enough privilege that, you know, I don't hate them. And, you know, I guess, you know, that I'm sure that plays into it. You know what I'm saying? That certainly we're colored by our privilege. And some of it is probably, colored by like, knowing that like so much of my family are like total like Trumpies and I didn't end up that, right? And so I consider not that to be a victory, even if it's not perfect. But, you know what I mean? Trumpy, dude. It's just, it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, they're all shades, right? They're all shades. Right? Starting to think they're just arguing with the host for attention. Dude, take a look off screen. All right. See what that is. Yeah. Well, dude, we seem to have the leftists who are like, that are fucking. Oh shit, interesting. That's interesting. Nice. I like that disclosure. Dude, you do good by engaging us. I mean, I feel like we do have to engage with it, though. Just Jeffries and Schumer are spineless shills. You should definitely have Jeffries step down. Yeah, well, so kerosene, though, and let me just tell you, though, why Jeffries isn't stepping down. All right. And I've explained this before, and you may not like the answer, but so for better or for worse, Jeffries has aligned himself with like AOC and Mamdani for the time being, where they have supported him being speaker. And so he has won the approval of some very important, like young progressive people. Now, I'm not exactly sure why they did that. I presume it had to do with guaranteeing that Zohran's agenda in New York City can go off without a hitch. And they realized they needed Hakeem. And Hakeem has sort of realized, well, he kind of needs them because people want to chop him. Okay, so it looks like they've made a coalition. Now, Schumer has not, which made me think that maybe Schumer's going to get the boot or get primaried. But it seems like Mamdani, AOC, and Hakeem have made a coalition. And the thing about it is Hakeem did take AIPAC money before, but like they're like Mamdani and AOC will make a coalition with people who have taken AIPAC money as long as it's leftist, okay? Right? But so there's two things. Bradshaw made a point that Jeffries is a fundraiser, and so we need money. We still exist in a corporate, Citizens United world. So Jeffries fundraising is really important. So that's got him firmly ensconced because he generates money that the people need. The socialists and the DSA and all the lesser candidates need that money. So that's one reason is important. But then the other reason, though, that Hakeem Jeffries is important is he's actually good at his job. And what do I mean by that? He's not good at, like, being a fighter. He's not like an AOC or a Bernie where he's, like, telling people off and staring down the beast. He's not. But his job is to make sure everybody in the Democratic House, like, is able to hold their seat. Okay, so his job is to be able to be with the leftists of the left and the centrists of the centrists and be able to get them all generally on board and let him know what they need in order to hold their seat. And then he's going to try and work it into the coalition, which for a Speaker of the House, that's actually somebody who can commune with all the different shades of the House and work with them. And they're not going to get mad at him. His milk toasty centrist nature allows him to like go to the most right-wing Dem or the most left-wing Dem and still like make it work. Whereas a very right-wing Dem, if AOC was going there trying to get them to budge, they might not budge. But with Hakeem, they'll budge. And that is like an effective thing in that role as speaker, right? But like, he's not really a fighter, and he's not a good orator, and he does stupid shit with his hands, but he is very capable in the role of like taking a whole bunch of different kinds of Democrats and mostly getting them on the same page. And whereas like Mike Johnson, right, doesn't do that at all. Like his own members are voting against him, and they're like fucking doing all kinds of crazy shit. And like, you know, Hakeem Jeffries doesn't do that because he can get along with everybody. And like, so I don't like Hakeem Jeffries, but I look and see, well, he's kind of capable in the role he has. And the progressives I respect have aligned with him. So, you know, I mean, as long as Mamdani and AOC are aligning with him, I'm certainly not going to like start shitting on him, you know. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be interesting to see. Because, yeah, you know, they've been like shifting AIPAC money around, and like, so we'll remain to see what happens in the, you know, in this election, right? Right. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, but, you know, it's just, you know, it is hard because like we have, you know, 214 Democrats in the House right now, and they don't all have the same goals. Cause like, you know, I mean, I hate to break it to you guys, and maybe, you know, maybe like, here's the complicated thing, okay? Is like, I think we look at the House like those representatives, those, right? You look at, there's 435 House members, right? And you think, well, those House members are trying to pass legislation to help everybody in America. But they're not, okay? Each of those 435 members, it represents a district that has 700,000 people in it, roughly. And each of those 435 people is trying to get as big of a chunk of the federal government's money into their district as possible. That's it. That's what's really going on with the House of Representatives. They're trying to get money for their district, period. Okay? And if they simultaneously get some, you know, legislation passed, then that's cool too. But their primary role is if they get a bunch of money in their district, they will get reelected. And so that's kind of like the sort of the secret thing that nobody wants to talk about, because we have district representation. So every representative is trying to get money in their district. And then in the Senate, they're trying to get money for their state. And that's really it. It's like the government is like a bank, and everybody's just trying to get the money into their fucking space, right? I mean, it sucks. It's like, because they're not really trying to necessarily get us great legislation, you know? I mean, isn't that kind of bummer? It's kind of a bummer, you know, to like think about that. But it's true, right? It's true. You know, it is. Nobody that is 80? I mean, that would be great. Dude, it would be great if we had a maximum age, right? and congressional term limits would probably be good too. Right? You know what I'm saying? Right? That would be good. Dude, it's hard, man. It's like, I don't know. You know, but I mean, I'm still waiting on the stock trading, right? I think the stock trading thing would be helpful too, but you notice they're not passing that. Right? Dude, oh, the waiter who burned the back of that guy's neck, that's rough, huh? All right, guys. Dude, Roe, king of stock trading. Yeah, Roe is a crazy stock trader, dude. And that's what's really interesting though too, is like there are a lot of progressives that I see online, that I engage with online, that are like, Roe is the candidate they want. But like, dude, he is one of the most aggressive stock traders out there. And like, that seems really weird to me, that like, that's their guy, right? Is like, dude, you know, but like, you know, it's pretty, you know, I don't know, dude. I mean, they mostly all are, but guys, I will say this. I think if we had no stock trading, that would be helpful because it would attract a different class of people. Okay. You want to get the dance party going? We will. I mean, that's a problem, guys. Like right now, the system is set up to attract rich kids who have gone to Columbia and Harvard and Yale, and they've got a pedigree and they've got a family name and they have access to a lot of fundraisers because they're from the wealthy set and they know they can get into Congress and they can make $50 million in stocks. And then they become a lobbyist and a consultant and they make millions afterwards. And if we got rid of the stock trading, then it would attract a different, like they wouldn't. Those rich kids would not want to be politicians if they couldn't make 20 million in the stock market. Okay? That's why they want to be politicians. So if you got rid of the stock trading where you couldn't have any stocks, it would attract an entirely different set of people. That could be like a structural sort of fucking change, right? You know what I mean? But they're not doing it yet. You know, they've talked about it. Dude, you have to live on just 200K? Yeah, well, you know though, Dustin, you ready for this? I know it sounds crazy saying, oh, you have to live on 200K, but if you're living in Washington, D.C., 200K is not that much, right? It really isn't. If you're living in D.C. and if you're going back and forth, like doing a lot of travel, like 200K in Washington, D.C. is not that much, okay? Just like 200K in New York City ain't that much, man. You could easily be paying like, you know, almost 20% of your 200K just for your fucking rent, bro. Right? Dude. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's hard, dude. I think it's hard. It's like, you know, because I think capitalism is a problem. Right? That's what I think. I think the problem is capitalism. And everything else is just a symptom of that problem, you know what I mean? Like, and I think we as people, we're corruptible, you know, dude. Yeah, no, I love Kat, dude. She's great. Yeah. The problem is we're corruptible too. You know, we are corruptible. So like, you know, you can get in there, and once you get a taste of that power, like, like everything can go wrong. But I think there are certain things you could do that would, like, obviously you get rid of stock trading. I think another thing you could do, which would be that the health care available to congressional representatives would be the same health care available to the poorest people in the country. Okay. Which would then incentivize them to get decent health care for the poor people of the country, that you look at like the bottom 10% of the country and whatever health care they have is the health care you get, and period. And it doesn't matter if you're 70 years old, right? You get the same fucking health care as the bottom fucking 10% of the nation, okay? And there you go. That's an incentive. No stock trading. That is going to bring a different type of person, people that aren't embedded in the stock market. Okay. You know, I mean, you know, that those two things could be helpful, right? You know, I mean, there's other shit, right? But I think those two. You appreciate capitalism because it fosters innovation. Yeah. Well, so you know what's funny though, Mary, is I know that that's the message, that capitalism fosters innovation, but it really doesn't, because you know what happens, Mary, is the innovation actually gets paid for by public money. Usually the innovation is not fostered by capitalism. What happens, like if you look at a cell phone, right? The touch screen and the memory and the chips and everything that runs this phone was discovered and innovated by public grants where there was no profit motive. That's how they discover the tech and do the innovation. Then what capitalism does is as soon as some great discovery is discovered, capitalism exploits it and monetizes it. And they make a bunch of money off of it. But the actual innovation is fostered by not having a profit motive, by people just investing as much money as it takes for you to discover. And that's the thing, that the dirty little secret is capitalism doesn't foster the innovation. Public funding does. Money with no strings and no profit motive fosters innovation. And it is, in fact, capitalism exploits technological advancement and then monetizes it and makes people rich. And so I tend to disagree with that. Capitalism doesn't drive the innovation. Okay, capitalism drives the pursuit of profits. And then that is usually not so much about innovation. That's usually about like reductive, okay? Like they streamline things in order to maximize profits and shit. But if you look at most of the stuff that is, right, if you look at a lot of the innovation, it's just getting funded by people that aren't trying to make money, you know? But, you know, so it's a little iffy. I think capitalism is great at generating money, at generating profits, but it doesn't distribute it well, right? You know, but and again though, and this is just me, I am not an economist, okay? I was only an econ major for a very short time, but I think the other thing that was destructive though, guys, is when everything became supply side, okay? And what do I mean by that? So what I mean by that is when I went to college in the 80s and you learned about economics, you learned about meeting the demand, okay? If there was an increased demand, you increase your supply. If there was a reduced demand, you had to reduce your supply or you had to lower the price, right? And that's what you learned, was you learned about supply and demand. But somewhere along the line, in the mid 2000s, they realized that demand doesn't matter. All you have to do is restrict the supply and the price value goes up. So what ended up happening is eventually, instead of them meeting demand, everybody started just finding where there's a demand and they're going to go in and just restrict the supply in all of those environments and make that price go up in everything. And that's what sort of has happened is every system became about like artificially restricting the supply in order to create a higher price. And that's fucked up, right? Because now it's not about the meeting the demand or the customer's needs at all anymore. It is simply about generating like maximum profits, right? And for some reason that shift, and I think that's when private equity got involved, right? I think that was a like private equity out of control and corporate conglomeration, right? Right? When you know, if there's 20 competing corporations, somebody's always able to supply. You can't restrict because somebody will fill the gap. But if there's only two businesses and they both agree to restrict, now they're both jacking the prices, right? Or if there's only one company controlling it all, then they can restrict from all the sides. You know, isn't that fucked up? Dude, it's fucked up. But All right. There, yeah, I mean, that really is like, you know, dude, Walmart is terrible, boss. Like Walmart is devious, you know? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's weird because you look at something like Amazon and Amazon, the thing about Amazon is Amazon is kind of devious, but Amazon provides a really useful service, right? The thing about Walmart is Walmart doesn't even provide a useful service. Okay, Walmart, like, it provides nothing. If a Walmart goes into a rural area, it shuts down all of the mom and pop businesses, and then it becomes the only job source, and then it doesn't even pay people enough. They all have to collect public benefits. And so Walmart provides nothing, and then the goods they sell aren't even good goods. It's cheap shit that is poorly made, and you have to replenish it. You have to replace it a lot. Dude, it's terrible, dude. It puts everything out, right? It puts everything out of business, and it becomes the only employer, and then it fucking doesn't pay people enough, and it provides no value, okay? It doesn't provide any fucking value, dude. Like Walmart, zero value. Great value. Yeah, it's like the same value as if I put my dick in a meat grinder, right? That's Walmart. Walmart is me putting my penis into a meat grinder, right? And then saying, thank you. May I see a picture of your yacht, please? Right? Dude. Yeah, private equity, though, guys. Dude, let's go, HSK. Dude, private equity sucks. All right, somebody said dance party. Dude, let's see if we can get a dance party going. We're going to try it, all right? All right? I know, guys. Tonight, we were having some difficult conversations, and we're going to have them sometimes, right? But, you know, we'll see. Maybe we get a dance party. Maybe we don't. We're going to try it, all right? Walmart provides guaranteed low prices. Yeah, they do, but their prices are, they don't give you any quality product for that price, right? They provide like low prices, but they also depress the wages. So they provide low prices, but they don't pay enough for the people to in that community to be able to enjoy those, like, you know, those people. It's like they pay the amount that those low prices are still expensive to people. Dude, Shin, let's go dance. Let's get it. Oh. Dude. Christine, yeah, get some sleep. Good to see you. Dude, your nephew got third? No way, dude. That's crazy, Eric. Dude, that's impressive. Getting third in a state championship. All right, guys. Let's go. Let's do this. Dude, we're going to fucking dance party. All right, so we got a little derailed. We got a little derailed with our Democratic Party conversation. It's not the last time we're going to have those. I mean, you know, I guess for me, I know sometimes those conversations are exhausting, but I feel like they're important, man, because we do have a coalition, and we have a difficult coalition as Democrats, guys. We do. We have a difficult coalition, and so, you know, I want us to succeed. That I'm willing to have those conversations a whole bunch to just try and hang in there. I want to be the glue, right? I would like to be the glue that holds like Hassan and Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman and Emma Vigeland and Kyle Kulinski together, right? And the fucking Pod Save America guys. I would like to be the glue that helps hold that all together, you know? Nothing else seems to be going on in the world. Dude, yeah, it's just war, right? Maybe we're all freaking out because there's war, right? You know? Dude, Yeah, the regulations on pesticides, isn't that crazy? You know what's crazier though, Merge? You know what's crazier than the pesticides and the whatever glyphosate? I don't know how to say it. Is it glyphosate or glyphosate? Whatever it is. But what's crazier than that, okay? What is crazier than the no regulations and increased production? Glyphosate. Thank you. What's crazier is watching RFK Jr. like kind of ignore that and pretend like, well, you know, he's sort of got a thing. And it's like, really? Like, dude, that motherfucker spent his whole life like railing against that shit. And now he's like going to pretend like that ain't happening. And meanwhile, like measles are coming back, dude. Dude, what a dink, bro. I mean, that shit bothers me, man, because that's when you realize that guy, oh, I have no integrity. Right? Dude, he's just another fucking power monger, dude, right? He just wants power. He just wants to be able to, like, whatever, tick a box or two. You have an organic farm? Good for you. Yeah, dude, he's a hypocrite. But, dude, he was on the plane, boss. He was on the Epstein plane. I mean, right? Dude, Ella, let's go. LFG. Roided out. He is roided out. All right. Let's go. We're going to fucking spin this around. Right? We're going to bring it back. So we already covered, already covered like a lot of the shit I wanted to cover about the war room and the Polymarket. So we're going to look at the protest. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. I do want to look at the war, guys. So is 𝗪𝗡𝗎 dead? I've heard conflicting reports all day, right? Again, dude, Lindy Lee, dude, what a scoundrel, bro. She is such a scoundrel. Now she's like getting ready to flip again. Dude, Suki, let's go. Let's go. All right. So, dude, is 𝗪𝗡𝗎, is he dead? Right? He is, right? He is fucking dead. I've spelled his name wrong. There he is. Dude, maha ha ha. Dude, let's go, kids. All right, let's fucking get his name spelled right. Because I was seeing information. All right. And so he is confirmed dead. All right. Okay. Now here's the thing, guys. Okay. You ready? So I feel like what Charlotte Clymer says here, I do want to point this out. Okay. Is like simply getting rid of the supreme leader guy. There's no question that this supreme leader guy was bad. Okay. All right. There is no question that 𝗪𝗡𝗎, the supreme leader, he was ruthless. He tortured people. He fucking murdered people. They fucking whatever. Obsessive punishment. He was an absolute dictator, okay? There's no question that guy was a piece of shit, okay? There's no question, all right? Now, where it gets to be a little bit of a gray area is just because somebody's a piece of shit, does that allow another country to come and knock them out? I mean, think about MAGA. MAGA are celebrating 𝗪𝗎𝗎, and they're like cheering, yeah. But like, guys, there's a lot of people who feel like Donald Trump is a piece of shit. If you know, Denmark took out Donald Trump and like without even, you know, yeah, we're coming in, we're taking out Trump. I don't think MAGA would like that. I think they would consider that an act of war if somebody came out and fucking just erased their fucking president, right? And, you know, Miss Natty. So is his daughter, her husband, and their son. Yeah, so the whole family is shitters. So that is now, guys, again, if that happened to Trump, I don't know that I would be shedding any tears, right? But the MAGA people would. They would be livid, okay? Because the thing is Khomeini being a piece of shit is not in question. The question becomes, do countries get to decide if they believe a leader's a piece of shit? They can just go and remove them on a whim. I don't think necessarily that should be happening, okay? Now, America seems to think it's okay as long as America's the only person doing it, all right? But if they did it to us, America would not like that shit, okay? And so for me, I think their own country should have removed. That should have been their war. Now, here's the problem, though, is look at what Charlotte Clymer said. Okay, now Charlotte Clymer is a trans woman, but I think she makes a good point here. Look at what she says. She says, thinking of the women of Iran tonight who bravely protested against their violent oppression by Khomeini, and I'm hoping Trump doesn't betray them by failing to follow through. I can't say I'm optimistic because Trump is uniquely horrible, but Iranian women deserve our hope that he'll do the right thing for once in his life. Because, guys, once you knock out Khomeini, the supreme leader or whatever, all you've done is you've introduced chaos into the system, okay? Their problems are not fixed. The nasty shitter is gone, but that doesn't mean he's not going to be replaced by somebody just as bad or worse. That doesn't mean that even there's going to be a stable power. Like there might be nothing but civil war for the next 20 years, okay? And what's more is we know that there's a really good chance that the U.S. is going to make sure whoever gets in power is about benefiting the U.S. and not necessarily benefiting the Iranian people. Because here's the deal, guys. You ready? You ready for the part of the regime change they never tell you about? The tiny little fine print? It's like, oh, hey, we got this regime change. Oh, yeah, the supreme leader's gone. Oh, wait, there's like some really tiny print here. Oh, shit. And you look at the really tiny print on the regime change contract, and you know what it says? It says, once the U.S. deposes your supreme leader, they're going to install somebody who is beneficial to the U.S., and then at that moment, the U.S. ceases to give a shit about what happens to the citizens of your country, okay? We said we cared in order to off your leader, but once your leader's gone and somebody's in there to benefit us, we go back to not giving a shit about the people, right? That's the fine print. Is they're not going, like the U.S. is not going to make sure they get a leader that is good to the people or they get a leader that is fair and honorable and democratic. The U.S. is going to make sure they get access to the oil and they get guarantees around the Strait of Hormuz and they get whatever they need, right? The U.S. is going to get theirs out of the fucking system, and then they no longer care about the people. So what could happen is these women who were violently oppressed by Khomeini, they're going to be liberated for like a week, and then maybe they go right back to being oppressed, and nobody in the world gives a shit about them after that week is up, because now they're just loading oil onto a U.S. fucking tanker, right? And that's the thing that is crazy. Because can I show you guys a tweet? Can I show you something that hit me the other night? So the night of the attack, I was on stream, and my son is 2 months from his 21st birthday. And he texted me later that night. He and I texted back and forth, and he was like, Dad, I can't believe that, like, I'm finally an adult and this is the world I'm walking into where, like, I finally become an adult and now we're, like, at war with the Middle East, right? And you know what's crazy is check this out. Okay. I reflected on that while I was tweeting my son. And you know what I realized, guys? I'm going to just read the tweet. Okay. But here we go. You ready? It's right here. It says, my son texted me from New York City last night about Iran. He's about to turn 21. He's 2 months away. And it wasn't lost on me how in 1990, I was 2 months from turning 21 when August of 1990, when Bush attacked Iraq. So when I was at the exact same spot as my son, 2 months from my 21st birthday, the president went to war with Iraq. Okay? Isn't that crazy? I have a kid at age 35. My kid turns 20. Same situation. The president of the United States goes to war with Iran 2 months before his 21st birthday. But it was in Kuwait. It was liberating Kuwait from Iraq. Okay? But look, since 1990, there have been 2 Iraq wars and 20 years of occupation in Afghanistan and all kinds of bases and shit. And you know what, guys? Nothing. Okay? When 2 months before my 21st birthday, the president said, you know, beating back Iraq is going to be good for America. It's going to be good for our country. You know what? It wasn't. Okay? We ended up having a fucking planes crash into the World Trade Centers. We ended up having another war with Iraq. And 20 years in Afghanistan, we racked up $30 trillion in debt. Nothing. We didn't invest in high-speed rail. We didn't invest in education. We didn't invest in clean energy. We didn't invest in healthcare. We didn't do shit. We ran up a debt. We went to war, and a bunch of people got rich. Okay, the oil companies got rich. The defense contractors got rich. The shareholders got rich. But America got jack shit. We got a bunch of debt and nothing. And so we're going to get the same thing. You think this happening when my son is 20 and about to turn 21, you think 20 years, 30 years from now, he's going to have something that I didn't get? No, he's not. They're going to have even more debt, even like higher prices, and the oil companies and the defense contractors are going to be rich. But isn't that crazy, guys? That here we are, when I was 20 and when my son is 20 and we are in the exact same situation. Isn't that wild? That is wild, guys. Right? That is just wild to me. And no, it didn't work the first time. There was no stability because here we are fucking 36 years later and they're doing the same thing. They're attacking some enemy terrorist target in the Middle East that, like, no, if we take this guy out, it's really going to be good this time. Dude, it's done nothing for us, right? So I think that's relevant. It is sad. It is sad that, like, you know, and you know, like, having that conversation was like, wow, I had that realization. It really hit me. And it was like, yeah, that's crazy. We did the wars and we're going to fucking, you know, we're going to like change the Middle East. And like, we didn't. We're right back at the start, right? Same shit. Same shit, dude. Same, just different country, different continent. Okay. Instead of a Q, there's an N. That's it. That's the only difference, right? Is we took the Q off the name and we put an N at the end, right? Knocked the Q off, slapped an N on. Same deal, dude. Full circle. But how crazy is it that both of us, that 2 months before our 21st birthday, we were watching our countries go to war, right? Dude, wild. And nothing, you know? Nothing, boss. Right? Dude. Pretty sad, dude. All right, so Khomeini, though, is dead, right? Yeah, don't vote for Kamala, though, guys. Kamala will start a war. The idea that he can just attack without approval, yeah. And you know, that's been going on for a while. The attacking without approval, right? It has been going on for a while. It's you know, it's no longer like being at war. It's like the skirmishes or whatever. You spin out how Trump gets away with his stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, guys, I don't understand why Congress doesn't stand up to him. But hold on. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Dude, we got a long stream brewing. Hold tight. I'll be right back. Enjoy a song. Be back in 2 minutes.
Wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating.
That's a good one. Let's go. Guys, we have 8 minutes. Dude, we gotta. No. I hope this never ends. Dude, we got 8 minutes to get 24, bro. For the dance party. Let's fucking do it, dude. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, we gotta roll. We gotta hunker down. We're gonna get this dance. We gotta do it now. It is like now or never. And then we're gonna find something energized. Get off this war shit. I think maybe the war is like getting us down, dude. You know, the climate of war is hard, dude. Right? It is fucking hard. The climate of war is no bueno, dude. All right. We need fucking 23 in 6 minutes. All right. We can do this. We did this like 3 days ago or something. Let's fucking get it, dude. The war is depressing. I know. I think it like does something to our psyche. It's like defeatist or something. It's just you can feel. I mean, obviously, people dying in missile strikes and shit. You know that like that's a lot of negativity, right? When you're sending missiles, the missile that hits that school, it's like 100 children dead or something. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. 22, baby. 6 minutes. Let's fucking go. Let's get it. Iran just stated they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Dude, this is so dumb, right? He's like, oh, they're going to hit harder than they've ever hit before. Then we're going to hit harder than they hit harder. And like, bro, what are we doing, dude? All of this is so stupid, right? And isn't there like shit going on in Pakistan? Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. He is an idiot. You like the songs? Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. All right. 21, 5 minutes. Oh, fuck, dude. I think we may get cashed out. Hey, fucking, dude, let's go. Dude, little brown bird, let's go. Dude, there we go. Joseph, love your outlook and how it is. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you. We're here, dude. Thank you, Joseph. All right, 5 minutes, dude. Core, give me my Nobel now. Dude, Trump, hey, for the record. Yo, Trumpy, you want to know why you didn't get the Nobel? This is it, dumbass. Right? Because you don't deserve it. He is not a peace president at all. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Oh. Dude, we're going to give a Trumpy right there for inspiration. Later, Trumpy. Oh, I suck at being president. Let's go. 4 minutes. 18 and 4. We got this. Dude, we got this. I'm warming up. I'm warming up the dance, dude. Dude, 17. Dance party. Let's go. Dude, Ella, let's go. Yo! There it is. 4 minutes. 16. We're like basically halfway there. Dude, Jenna, X-Dragon, let's go. X-Ray, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, love the red hearts. Let's go. Oh! Dude, yeah. He says he stopped 8 wars. Dude, what 8 wars? Dude, he almost started 8 wars. Panama, Canada, Greenland, Mexico, right? Ukraine, right? Now, Iran. Dude, no way, dude. Shin Godzilla bringing in the neutron bomb of donos. Let's go, Shin. You the man or the woman? You the man or the woman? Let's go. Shit, boss. We get a Trumpy for that one, too. Thank you, Shin. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Oh, dude, Josiane, F Trump. Dude, I will agree with that. Dude, fuck Trump, bro. FDJT, dude. Dude, at this point, he is Donald J. Epstein. Stop the stupidity. That's what he is. He is Donald J. Epstein. 10 more. 10 and 3. We got this. Easy peasy. Dude, I know. See, I knew we could do it. I knew we could do it, dude. DJT, dude, what a dick. Dude, this guy is even worse, bro. Look at Netanyahu. He's just like, I don't like using the term evil because I don't like that religious shit, but he looks like depraved, doesn't he? dude, Netanyahu, doesn't he just like, you know, it's like, dude, Ella, let's go. Stop stupidity. Let's go. I swear to you, the thing with Netanyahu is he's just hates the way he looks. I think his ears have made him become a murderous dictator because he looks in the mirror and all he sees are those Dumbo ears. And so he just fucking hates himself and has become like this degenerate person. Dude, sue me, dance party. Kiss cat, let's go. I swear, if his parents like pinned his ears, maybe 500,000 people are still alive on the planet today. You want to be sedated, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃𝗃? Let's go. I feel you on that vibe, dude. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, stop stupidity again. Let's go, dude. Dude, 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗏. What a great name, dude. 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗏. FDJT and all the predators like him agreed. Dude, fuck the predators. Dude, Ella, let's go. Dude, now we're fucking cranking one away, and there it is. 𝗙cie brings it home, dude. Let's go, dude. 𝗙cie 1920. Let's go. Dude, Midnight says, how does a single Shahed drone can take out a multi-billion-dollar early warning radar facility? Watch who gets the contracts to rebuild that base. War is a scam. Oh, yeah, interesting, right? Yeah, no, that is another thing, though, guys. That is true. Like Midnight, I mean, because there are many scams to war, right? One is if you have unemployment, war can create jobs in the short term. So war can erase a temporary, like make the economy sort of look better for a bit, but it's a mirage. Then the other thing war does is it builds a lot of weapons and components and chips and all that shit, like electronic components. So it like fuels certain industries, right? It can create like rubber for tires and shit like that. And of course, ammunitions and guns and clothing, vests and blah, blah, blah. So it stimulates industries. But I hadn't even thought about what Midnight said, that after you blow up the fucking country, people get paid to go rebuild it. And that is a huge fucking thing. Is because they're not going to rebuild the country that just got blown to shit. Like the people that blew them up go in and rebuild it and get paid from the country they blow up. And they go in and fucking, they get paid to rebuild that shit. And then, yes, you know what else? What Little Brown Bird said, like the Eric Prince shit, is then there are mercenaries that become security that protect the builders. And so you have to pay for the security too, that protect everybody while they're rebuilding the infrastructure. So it is like fucking the whole thing is just a money-making endeavor. That's so shitty, dude. That is like so shitty. Right? It's so gross. But that's capitalism, right? I think that's like where capitalism is nasty. All right, so this guy is gone, okay? Khamenei is gone. All right, he's done. This is the U.S. consulate in Karachi, right? Is fucking there's protesters freaking out. So I don't want to look at images of bodies beneath the rubble. Thank you. I don't need to see that shit. All right, so he is confirmed dead. All right. And now did Iran strike back today? I know Iran had threatened a strike back. But have they? Have they done anything? I don't know that they have. You know? Now, see, here's the thing, though, that's hard, right? Is I've been seeing this all day, too, okay? Because, of course, Iranian people in America are, like, happy that Khamenei got offed, okay? There's no question about that, guys, right? And that's to be expected. I mean, people from Iran that fled that guy came to the U.S., okay? And now that that guy, that brutal dictator is gone, they're totally cheering. But that doesn't mean that the people in Iran are better off just because the people in America are happy that guy's gone. Like, maybe they're going to be better off. Maybe they're going to be worse off, right? We don't know. And what's crazy about this is like Trump could deport everybody back to Iran and they could be in this fucking, this power void country. But so the supreme leader's been killed. All right. Now, the Iranian women are, of course, like super happy. But let's see if it holds. OK, let's see if it holds. And I did see that about like Dubai. All right. What did Rubio say? Here, let's look at this.
The world is changing very fast right in front of us. Yeah. The old world is gone, frankly, the world I grew up in, and we live in a new era in geopolitics, and it's going to require all of us to sort of re-examine what that looks like and what our role is going to be. And we've had many of these conversations in private with many of our allies. We are our allies, and we need to continue to have those conversations. And I think Saturday, hopefully, in the meetings we'll have there when we'll...
Yeah, so, I mean, I've seen this clip, right, where Rubio saying the world is changing, the old world is gone. Now, I guess what we can sort of try to read between the lines there and say, like, well, what is he talking about with the old world being gone, right? Is he talking about diplomacy is gone? And now the new world is like, let's just fucking, we're all going to be Vladimir Putin and shit, right? So they hit everything the U.S. expected them to hit. They hit some military bases. I mean, I did bookmark some shit. Let's go look through the bookmarks and we can see what I had saved here. I thought this was interesting because this was Tulsi Gabbard in 2020. You ready? My thing that I thought is interesting is how everybody flipped. Okay, everybody flipped. Like, here's Tulsi in 2020. You ready?
We've got to be clear-eyed about the situation that we are in, that inching closer, actually more than inching, speeding towards an all-out war with Iran would make the wars that we've seen in Iraq and in Afghanistan look like a picnic. It will be far more costly in lives, and American taxpayer dollars, and all towards accomplishing what goal? What objective? I think that's really at the crux of this decision that President Trump made. We've got to.
So that was Tulsi Gabbard in 2020 when she was like, hey, we don't want to go to war with Iran. This isn't going to be good for us. Isn't that interesting? Right? All right. Next up, you look at the polls. Okay. So there were two polls for about the Iran attack. One of them said, do you approve or disapprove of the U.S. attacks on Iran? 34% approve, 44% disapproved. And then the other one was, what is your opinion of Trump's decision to use military, air, and naval resources to disable the leadership of Iran and disable their potential effort to rebuild their nuclear efforts and their ballistic weapons? And when phrased like that, it was 54 approve, 37 disagree, right? Dude, but like this one is pretty funny. Disable the leadership, disable their potential to rebuild nuclear efforts and ballistic weapons. But dude, none of that shit was threatening us. Okay. It's interesting. I'd love to see the breakdown of there, but very split results. Now, I find this concerning though, guys. This is what sort of like, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm scared, because I don't really get scared, right? I choose to not live in fear. But if I were to have a worry, okay, about this whole debacle, it will not be in Iran's immediate fight back. It will be the long-term, like if they decide to do like any type of terrorist attacks, okay? right? That's the thing that I think if there's anything worrisome from this, it's going to be a year from now when they like attack a building or a sporting event or they decide to get back at Donald J. Epstein and they decide to do some terrorism. But like this guy is in charge of the terrorism of America, a 22-year-old kid who is like pro-Trump, like got a weird eyebrow. And like, I am not confident that this guy can go up against Iran and fucking, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, that I'm not confident in. Okay. Yeah. It's a 22-year-old going on 50, right? I mean, you notice that he's 22 going on 75. He's the only 22-year-old in America that has an apartment in a fucking nursing home because he looks like he's 70 years old, dude. Jesus. Right? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe being a Trump fan, that's what you got, right? Like being a Trump fan turns you into that shit. Okay? Right? So yeah. 𝗦𝗡cie G seems to be banned from chat. I don't know anything about that. I have not banned that person, right? But so YouTube's though unban thing is like super complicated. They can put their information in Discord, and then I can try to find them, right? Yeah, I didn't ban anyone named Leslie though. She hasn't been able to chat for a couple days now. Yeah, it's weird. See, I've had other people though tell me they're banned, and then I go and look under the hood, and they're not banned. So, yeah, that is weird. Yeah, no, I know. But like put the YouTube handle, the @ and the handle in there, and we'll take a look at it. But so yeah, this guy's concerning, dude. All right. He was a grocery store assistant, and now he's in charge of the terrorism unit. Okay. This is also concerning too, that they're going to have a map with a bunch of shit on it. Now I'm guessing that all of this is phony. Like, let's hope that it's not real. Operation Epic Furry, right? But, all right, here you go. You ready? This was Trump during the campaign. You ready?
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
Okay.
I will tell you, you're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
Yeah, I guess that's not true, right? Interesting. Dude. And again, this is really weird, right? Like when you think about it, where's the fucking Department of Defense guy? Right? Where is you know, Hegseth? Is he throwing up in the latrine or what? Dude, where's the Heggie? Dude, the Heggie's not in the situation room or the situation like bungalow or whatever you call that. You can't really call it a situation room, right? Dude, he's in the shitter. Brutal. Brutal. I like this tweet right here. Those 53 pages Trump and Bondi are trying to hide must really be horrific. Yeah, no, Bradshaw, I know how to find them, but the problem is like finding them in that list is like that list is in no particular order. And sometimes I search for people in that list and they're just not in there. Like, it's weird. I've had multiple people that fucking, will message me on Twitter and say, oh, I can't talk in your chat. And then I go and try and search them. Like, YouTube's way of like searching for banned people is terrible. It sucks. They're all like just little graphics with an X on them. But if you put that, if you put their information in the Discord, we can look for it. Trump 2011, is this it? Trump.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now, I'm more militant and more militaristic than the president. I believe in strength. But to start a war in order to get elected, and I believe that's going to happen, would be an outrage. Iran can be taken down in many ways. Their population is in turmoil. They look at what's happening in Syria and other countries where it looked like it was an impossibility, and it looks like that one's going to collapse also. So Iran can be taken. I would never take the military card off the table. And it's possible that it'll have to be used because Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But you've got to exhaust other possibilities. And we're in a great position to do it. They know, or they at least must know, that they're in a little bit of heat because there's a lot of pressure to attack. This is a great time to negotiate. Unfortunately, we have a president that doesn't know the first thing about negotiation. We have a real problem in the White House. So I believe.
Yeah, the problem is he didn't like black guys. That's the problem.
Attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected.
Dude, isn't that funny? But so, yeah, he was anti going to war with Iran back in 2011. But you notice how, like, the difference in the way he speaks? Like, holy shit. You see how forceful and, like, he's speaking in complete sentences and he's sharing complete thoughts? Isn't it wild how, like, brain fried this motherfucker is now compared to that? And yeah, he was offensive back then, though, too, because he's just, you know, obnoxiously in your face. But, like, bro, he could at least give a coherent point. Like, right now, dude, he can't even give a coherent point. Dude, Raptor! Let's go! Dude, let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Dude, what a fucking dink, bro. All right, dude, did we put their information in the Discord? The person who got banned or whatever. Have we put their handle? Oh, there it is. All right. So let me go check. Thank you. Stop stupidity. I'll go find out. I'm going to go look right now, guys. You ready? I'm going to do it right now as we speak. There we go. All right. I'm going. I know right where to go. I've done this shit before. There it is. User management. Hidden users. Show 382 more. Let me scroll through this list. And all right. I've scrolled through the entire list. Now we're going to do a Control F and see if we can find. So is that the name on it? Because what it is it's not the handle, it's the name. Okay? And so the handle, there's just a name. What was the name on the account? Right? Because the handle, it doesn't go by handle, it goes by their whatever the name is. You only know the handle? Let me see though. Let me see if there. I can look. I can go to the actual their channel. Okay, there it is. Oh, okay. I found the name. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not finding that either. Huh. Yeah, I'm not finding her name at all, but let me try. Let me try adding them as available user and see if that works. Because they're not on the banned list, right? Which is weird, right? They're not in that banned like group. But let me do this. There's a thing where you can say approved users. And okay, so I added them to an approved user list, and we'll see if they can chat now. Right? But she's not on the banned list. Right? Isn't that crazy? But I've had that before though, where like people have said they can't watch, but I didn't find them on the ban list. But it could be some Google thing. Yeah, weird. But I will have to see if because I did put her on the approved list. YouTube made you change the handle, so we'll see if that works. But I swear to you, I've had situations before. I've had multiples where people have said, hey, I can't speak in your chat. And then I go to the banned list and I can't find them. Right? All right. So, dude, let's look at fucking Jake Lang. Because I thought the Jake Lang thing today was interesting. 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗡. Yeah, I don't think her handle, though, would be problematic. Her handle didn't look problematic. But all right, so let's go. Dude, we got a fucking dance party coming up, and we have to wait. Yeah. Yeah, no, like is she's not in chat, is she? Are you just testing to see if she was watching, Bradshaw? Is that what you were doing? Oh, testing? Yeah, because normally you do the @ and the name will come up. So I thought the Jake Lang thing. Yeah, no, it didn't come up. Ugh. There's an app glitch? Yeah, that's interesting. So Eddie is saying if she deletes her app and reinstalls the app and then logs in, oh, there she is. Let's go. All right, now I want to try something though, Leslie. You ready? So hold on. I want to try something because I put you on this approved list. Now, I'm going to take you off the approved user list and I'm going to see if you're still here. Okay? So hold on one sec here. Let me try something here that you may disappear for a sec, but let me try because I put you on this approved user list and now let me see if I take you off of that, if you'll be back on there. All right, you ready? So now I'm removing you from the special approved users list. All right. Now, let me see. Can you still type? Oh, yeah, you're still here. All right. Yeah, you're here. She's there. All right, let's go. Dude, I didn't banish her. She was not banned. Yeah, she was not on the banned list. But let's go. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Welcome back. Dude, I wonder how many other people that's happened to. Right? I'm serious. I wonder how many other fucking people like have thought they were banned and silently resented me or whatever and just disappeared. Dude, fucking YouTube, bro. All right. You ready? Let's look at the Jake Lang, dude. The MAGA Civil War boss. So I want to see what Iran did. So yeah, the girls' school in Minob was like really bad, dude. I saw this image of the backpack. Dude, that shit is brutal, dude. Death toll is almost 100. And like, dude, isn't this crazy though, too? Did you see this? Because this is crazy as well. Is they canceled Anthropic AI, right? Anthropic AI got canceled, and then 8 hours later they used Anthropic in the Iran airstrikes. So isn't that fucking bizarre, guys? That they cancel Anthropic and then they use Anthropic later that night? Like, these guys don't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, hit a girls' elementary school. Over 100 dead, right? Most between the ages of 7 and 12. 85 killed. Right now, I guess it's over 100. Here was Trump in 2012. Now that Obama's poll numbers are in tailspin, watch for him to launch a strike in Libya or Iran. He is desperate. Yeah, you could rewrite that. Now that Trump's poll numbers are in a tailspin and he's haunted by the Epstein files, watch for him to launch a strike in Iran because he is desperate. Yes, he is, dude. The Board of Peace. He created the Board of Piece of Shit. Dave, I will look into it. I'm not going to look into it tonight, but I will look into it. I mean, people were talking about the Charles Manson thing, which is because of that book by Tom O'Neill, that book Chaos. But like, dude, that Tom O'Neill book is like a real like stretch, because basically what the guy who wrote the book Chaos about Charles Manson, that guy surmised because there was an MK Ultra guy that was in San Francisco during the Summer of Love, and Manson was also there during the Summer of Love, that somehow they had crossed paths and were working together. But the problem is Manson didn't really have a family in the Summer of Love. He was just a guy who'd gotten out of prison and went to San Francisco. He it was a good 2 years, year and a half of him sort of forming the family. And I've never seen certainly any indication that he was like a CIA person or whatnot. But that guy was making a pretty big stretch, right? I mean, he's just like, oh, since the CIA guy sometimes recruited out of the health clinic and Manson was there, then maybe they were working together. But the problem is there were like 150,000 hippies in San Francisco during that time, and they all went to the Haight-Ashbury clinic. Like, everybody went there. It was a free clinic, you know? And so the thing, though, about Manson that was interesting is he used to, do trips with the family. He would do psychedelic trips with his family, and he would always take a little bit less so he could, lead everybody. So he definitely used psychedelics to and sex to break people's inhibitions down and shit in a very, sort of studious sort of way. But I don't know that meant he was working with the CIA. I mean, the thing about MK Ultra, if you look at it, was basically they would just dose people without telling them, and then they would see what happened, right? He sort of MK Ultra them, except they knew they were dosed, right? But yeah, but they grabbed these dregs that they considered dregs of society, and they would dose them to see what happened. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of That's the thing, though, about that Candace thing, and I will look into that guy if you put a link in Discord. But the one thing about Candace that is she takes some rather fringe conspiracy theories that don't have a lot of actual evidence, and she presents them on her channel as though they have been confirmed, you know, by multiple sources, and she presents them as so matter-of-factly, but she doesn't describe the things she just throws some names around. Oh, like Charles Manson and so-and-so and so-and-so with the CIA, and then she's on to the next topic. And so then the thing is without discussing it in detail, you know, it's like if you have somebody who's not critically thinking, they're going to think, oh, shit, I didn't know Charles Manson was in the CIA. That's crazy. And now they're going to walk away with Charles Manson being in the CIA because they heard it and they didn't question it. And like, you know, I think that is a little bit dangerous, right? You know, when you're taking very fringe conspiracy theories that don't have any actual like hard evidence, and then you just like throw them in there as though they're common knowledge. Yeah, that is really weird, Bradshaw. I don't know what that means, boss. But dude, yeah, that school, that is brutal, dude. That shit is just like, this is so wildly unnecessary. Oh, you know what? Oh, check this out. So here's the deal, guys. You ready? So you do have to be a subscriber to the channel in order to chat. Okay? If you're not subscribed to the channel, you won't be able to appear in chat. I did set it to subscribers only. So you have to be subscribed to the channel in order to participate in the chat. So yes, if you're not subbed, you will not be able to chat. There it is. There it is. Let's go. You've always been a sub? Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I know because you used to be in the chat all the time. It's weird. I don't know what it is. Look at that shit. All right, so this is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He is dead. All right. So he died when they fucking destroyed his residence, and I presume they hit an underground bunker and shit. Dude, I liked Mamdani's response. Okay, Mamdani's response was good. Now, Nancy Mace got really angry at this. We should look at this, guys, because I think this is really important. Because Mamdani comes in and, like, check this out, okay? Because Mamdani responded to the Iranian attacks, and here's what he said. He said, today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression, bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I am focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I've been in contact with our police commissioner and emergency management officials. We are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of this city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here. Now, what I liked about this was a number of things, because one, obviously, the last time there was a big terrorist attack, it happened in New York. So if there was a terrorist attack, New York being the place for it is very possible. But I like how he was like real matter of fact about like, this isn't what American people need. And to the Iranian people here, you're safe. Okay. We value you because of course, you know that the MAGAs who are like, yay, killed him. They're going to be all like, anytime they see a Persian person or an Arab that they think is Iranian, right? Or a Hispanic person that they think might be Iranian, they might get all aggro and weird and be like, fuck you, go back to where you came from, because we know how they get. But here's what I thought was interesting, was look at what Nancy Mace did, dude, because she is such an asshole. Like Nancy Mace, she is so arrogant. But look at what she did, guys. Okay, she responded to she like quote tweeted Mamdani, okay? And she said, look at this. She said, it takes a particular kind of audacity or ignorance for a city mayor to appoint himself the conscience of American foreign policy while his constituents step over garbage on their way to work. History will not remember his bravery. It will not remember him at all. Like, what an arrogant, like, like comment, like so arrogant. And I mean, especially for somebody like Nancy. But look at my reply, guys. Okay, you ready? Here's my reply, because you know what, guys? There's 500,000 people in New York City that are from the Middle East, guys. 500,000. That's insane. Okay. And so I said to her, I said, mayor of city with 500,000 residents with Middle Eastern background comments on the Middle East. That actually makes a lot more sense than a woman from buttfuck white bread nowhere in South Carolina who comments on the Middle East after she snorted 20 lines of Ozempic. Like, Nancy, you should stay in your lane, because what's crazy is Zohran has much more of a reason to comment on Iran than Nancy does, because there's actually a large number of Persian and Middle Eastern people living in New York City. There's like, Nancy's a white woman from the richest district in South Carolina. She shouldn't even open her mouth about the Middle East. She didn't even know anybody. There's nobody in her district probably from the Middle fucking East. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is she talking about? This guy was like, best post all day. Let's go. It is a good post, right? I fucking totally nailed it, because she's the one who should get in there. She should get in her lane, right? Dude, she is such an idiot, bro. She is. She is such a creep. Yeah, dude, he has like a 70% approval rating, dude. They're going to remember Mamdani long before. Like, I did post another one that was a little more snarky on her, where I said, I also posted one that said, Nancy, the only thing you're going to get remembered for is losing the South Carolina governor massively, and like everyone watching you go from like the promising newcomer to the crazy trans obsessed freak, right? Because you've been doing drugs for like years. Like, realistically, Nancy's going to be the one that everybody remembers as like a cautionary tale, right? Because she, like, no bigger crash and burn in the entire fucking Congress than Nancy Mace. I swear, she is the biggest fall, dude. Dude, she's a nut, right? Dude, I was kind of going off in those comments, all right? But, so let's look at Jake Lang, all right? Because you know what I thought was funny, guys? So I guess Jake Lang got arrested, okay? He threatened somebody like a month and a half ago, and he was out at a protest or whatever today, and he ended up getting arrested, right? And this was in Minneapolis. Is that where he is? Is he still in Minneapolis? Is he? MPD is Minneapolis still, I'm presuming, right? But I don't know if he's moved on. Do we have confirmation here that it was because or no, he got arrested in D.C. Oh no, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. All right, never mind. So it was in Washington, D.C. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. But what I thought was funny was this, guys. Okay. Because here's what I thought was funny is this guy, Jake Lang, is an idiot. Okay. We know he's an idiot. We know he's a rabble rouser. He has been in Minneapolis, but no, this is in D.C. And I thought it was in D.C. I didn't know what the MPD was, but now I see it's the D.C. MPD, right? So MPD is like, MPD is the Metropolitan Police Department of D.C., okay? Like LAPD, it is D.C. MPD, right? The District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department. But I didn't see the DC part, but so I got confused there for a minute. But here's what I thought was crazy, okay? Is you know how the Republicans, they're always crying about protesting and all this shit. And he did not get arrested in Minneapolis, but he went and had his little protest, and there was a huge whatever turnout with people, and he tried to say he got assaulted or whatever. Yada, yada, yada. He was complaining about it, that the cops didn't protect him or whatever. But, like, look at how pathetic this protest is, okay? These guys are protesting past the SAVE Act, right? And Jake Lang is out there like, yeah. But, like, look at, dude, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 people, bro, right? There are literally 6 people. There's nobody at this protest. This is the lamest protest. Like, dude, there are more people at like a D&D game than there are at this sad sack Republican protest. 6 fucking people carrying around a banner that says pass the SAVE Act. Right, pass the SAVE Act. Dude, what a huge coalition they have, right? They're so popular that there's like 5 times as many cops as there are like protesters. Isn't that pathetic? Like,
unless the United States senators decide to end the filibuster, we need to
oh shit, he's getting arrested, right? He's fucking getting arrested. They come up and snag him. Oh, later. Right, off he goes. Later? Dude, they had some weird music going. Dude, I wish they'd turn the music off. But you see him getting cuffed, right? Everyone's filming it. Whatever, there he is. He's getting cuffed. Now, apparently he got arrested because he threatened a police commander, like, you know, back in January. All right, he was there on January 6th being a douche, being a rabble rouser. He threatened some cop, and so they arrested him for leveraging a threat. But, like, dude, this protest is so pathetic, right? Look at how sad it is. There's nobody there. Their little pro-ICE protest had nobody there. There's more cops than protesters. I mean, isn't that funny? Like they can't protest. They're just not capable of protesting. They're so bad. I know. Now they only have 5, dude. They just lost 16%. Right? They just lost 16.5% of their entire protest. Dude, did he get no bond? Is he in jail right now? Dude, so funny. No, I'm sure he got a bond. Dude. There's like, he didn't do anything violent. You know, they are not capable of organizing. Now, I thought something else was really interesting, guys, was this. Okay. Like, I don't know if you saw this, but I've been seeing a lot of this. Look at this. So here we go. You ready? So here's a group of people that have a bunch of signs. Okay. Now, there are all kinds of like groups like Indivisible, whatever, No Kings. There's all kinds of LLCs that raise money and then they put that money into helping make signs or getting people megaphones or whatever. There's funding that supports protests. Okay. Now, they're not writing checks to the protesters. The protesters aren't getting paid, but like organizations that fund protests will pay to get signs made, and then they'll go pass them out. I mean, here in Portland, there were groups that would like make signs. The Wall of Moms would make signs and then pass them out, and you could lock arms with them. But like, look at what this idiot says. He says, make sure everyone sees this. NGO organizers caught on camera bringing in the protest signs for the Hands Off Iran protests in New York City. This protest is again paid and organized. Now, it's not paid, but it is organized. All of the left's protests are organized. And this guy says these protests will never stop, I think is what he wanted to say, until we lock up their funders. But like, here's the thing. You ready? To this idiot Wall Street apes, you fucking redneck weirdo. This is not illegal. Like, right? Advocacy groups that fund like protesting causes, they're allowed to make signs and pass them out. They can make flyers and pass them out. That's not illegal, you dumb fucks. That's totally legit. People donate to those causes to help make signs and to help coordinate these events. Of course, you want to be organized. It's a good thing. We like that. But these protests will never stop. But like, dude, the protests are never going to stop because of the First Amendment, you fucking dolt, right? You know what I mean? Like why? Oh, you want the protest to stop? Fuck you. The protest is never going to stop. It's called the First Amendment, you knuckleheads. Like, you know, but they're so dumb. They're like, oh, you made signs. You can't do that. Yeah, we can. Oh, you're protesting. You can't do that. No, yeah, we can. All right. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, 𝗙PUSA was like busing people to the insurrection, and they were like being fake electors trying to dupe the electoral system too. All right. But so you're saying there's another attack in Tehran? Is this from now? 6 seconds ago, it says. Dude, look at that shit. That's Iran launching a wave of missiles. Look at those missiles, dude. They always act like they discovered something new. Yeah. Well, you know what's crazy is the other thing about the right-wingers that I find fascinating, guys, with these a-holes, is they think that if they don't like something, that it needs to be like stomped out of society, and like the people that do it need to be like severely punished. And that goes for anything. Like, oh, I don't like that they made signs. They should all be in jail. I don't like what they said about so-and-so, the influencer. They should be in jail. I don't like that they're like, they're blocking entrance to this building. All of them should be in prison. It's like every single thing that they don't like or they disagree with, they feel like the people who do it need to go to prison. And it's like so dumb because, to quote like Brian Tyler Cohen the other day in that little argument with what's her name, right on Piers Morgan with Riley Gaines, when he said, who are you? Like what makes you think you get to decide, Riley Gaines? Why do you get to decide who's the good American? Or you're saying if this person likes this belief or likes this party, they're American. And if they like anybody else, they're like un-American. Like, you don't get to decide that. You don't, Riley Gaines doesn't get to decide who is and isn't an American. They're like so arrogant. They are. They're so arrogant. Look at that shit though, dude. That is crazy. Dude, that's, to me, that's just eerie, guys. Right? If I was driving around, you see missiles. Yeah, when she said, what? I guess the question I have for you, Brian, is what is an American? Dude, oh, not you, Riley. An American is everybody but you. Yeah, dude, this shit, like, drives me nuts. See, what I don't like about this stuff, guys, like, is the global connected energy impact, which means it doesn't matter that Iran is 6,500 miles away, okay? If we fire missiles into Iran and we kill citizens and military leaders and, you know, whatever, rebel drug dealers and whatever, if we kill a whole bunch of those people, that is still harmful. That's harmful to society, okay? A bomb, a missile hitting a girls' school and killing 100 kids, that is like generationally harmful. It'll be 50 years, 60, 70 years before the leftover impact, the imprint from that school shooting will be affecting the region and all of us by extension. Because if it's chaotic and people are going through a tremendous amount of pain over there, we're going to feel it over here. We are. You know, you're going to go fill up your gas tank and just not feel good, right? Because you're ingesting this toxic substance that is harming people, you know? That's just what I believe, guys. Right? Yeah, no, 𝗙ecie has been gone this whole time, dude. Isn't that weird? I think that's weird that 𝗙ecie has not been involved. He's literally the Department of Defense, right? And I've not seen him involved at all, right? It's pretty wild. I don't know if he's on a bender or what. Yeah, that shit is just brutal. Brutal, dude. Filming RFK's next workout video. Oh, dude, I forgot about the workout video. He may be actually, like, right? Dude, 𝗙ecie may be actually attending some type of mental health, like, classes if he's been hanging out with RFK Jr. Yeah, this shit is brutal. Now, I heard about Dubai, like that the entire Dubai airport was shut down for several hours, like most of the day. And that's a hub. All of the flights from Europe that go to, you know, Eastern Europe, go to, obviously, where right, what am I trying to say? That you have the outlets Dude, that's crazy. That they're just getting blown up, man. Right? They're just getting blown up. Oh, yeah. So it is, Dubai's airport is a hub, which means that all of the travel that goes from Europe to the Middle East, or Europe to, you know, if you go to like India, the content of Asia, if you go from Europe, right? If you go from Russia to Africa, you're going to land possibly there. Okay. It is like a midway point for people that are taking, you know, 14-hour plane flights. Certainly, if you're going from Europe to Australia, there's a good chance you would fly to Dubai and land there and then switch to a bigger plane that's going to take you across the ocean, okay? It's one of those centers. And so that shit getting shut down is going to have a huge impact on the longevity of, like, you know, on business, on air travel. And think about it. And then if people are late getting to destinations, whatever business they were conducting in the new city is potentially getting scrapped or kicked down the road. Just a lot of havoc and hassle. And in addition to that, in addition to it, everybody's worried that the Strait of Hormuz is going to get shut down, which would mean the price, the per barrel price of oil would like double. So there's a lot of concerns here, right? Can't keep your eyes open? Yeah, no, I'm about to go too, guys. I'm going to do this dance party because it's been a long night and we've had some crazy discussions. And guys, frankly, look at my eyes. I'm exhausted. I only got like 2 hours of sleep last night. And so I gotta get some rest, right? Gotta get some rest. But yeah, there could be a lot of ramifications here, guys. If they were making more nuclear weapons, why aren't we just destroying the areas? Yeah, that's just it though, Jen. It's not about nuclear weapons. I mean, Netanyahu's been saying they're going to have a nuke in 2 weeks. He's been doing that since the 90s. Okay, it's been 25, 30 years of Benjamin Netanyahu warning everyone in Israel that if Iran next week, they're going to have nuclear capability and it's going to be the end of us. And dude, they never had it. And they literally just wanted to discourage attacks against them. Like, I don't think they're firing a nuke. I don't think it would benefit them. Like setting off a nuke is dangerous stuff these days, guys. That, like, nobody knows the harm it would wreak with these modern weapons and potentially getting into the wind, whatever, you know, fallout there is, right? All right, you ready? It's time, though, for a dance party, guys. Okay? It is. Yeah, double duty. Absolutely. All right, you guys claim the dance. Now we're dancing, boss. Thank you. And I know we had some crazy discussions tonight. And guys, I was talking to Jenny about this. I realized that, you know, like, we're going to have discussions around the Dem party sometimes. It's just going to be facts because we have to hash that shit out, right? We have to get along. It's an important part of the process. Dude, I don't even know if I can, like, mount a good dance. I hope I don't let you guys down. I'm so tired, bro. Yeah, after the primaries, we'll pull together. But, like, guys, I mean, I did watch this clip with Sam Cedar, okay, where Sam was like, he was making a very good point, okay? Sam Cedar was saying, hey, like, there really shouldn't be anybody that is choosing the presidential candidate now, okay? You know what I'm saying? That, like, that there is, like, that people are choosing their candidate early before they've seen the crowd. And right? And so that is fucking, you know, interesting, right? Like, that people are already deciding, hey, this is our guy. That seems a little premature because we haven't even seen the field yet. So I totally get that point. And Anna, I see what you're saying about like criticism does not equal criticism does not necessarily equal resentment, does not necessarily equal abandonment of Dems. I get that. But so the thing though, Anna, just so I can be clear, is I know that not all criticism is resentment and or abandoning Dems. But what I do realize, though, is there actually are some people that bona fidely hate the Democratic Party. And we have to acknowledge the existence of those people, and we have to not buy into it. Because what the danger is, right? There's no danger in providing constructive criticism, okay? Like if you want to criticize a Dem candidate or you want to criticize a policy or a mechanism in the Dem party, but I feel like it needs to be constructive, and here's why, okay? You know what I'm saying? And here's why. Because, you ready for this? Because there's a thing that happens with the human brain where we can talk ourselves into a state of being, which means, you ready? Like, say there's something I like, okay? Say there's something I like, you know, mint chocolate chip ice cream, okay? If every day I go around and I start saying how terrible mint chocolate chip ice cream is, and if I'm never going to eat mint chocolate chip again, fuck this ice cream, screw this fucking ice cream, I hate this ice cream. If I do that enough, I will condition myself to the point of where I might not be able to eat mint chocolate chip ice cream, right? Like simply criticizing without being constructive or without seeking understanding, you can sort of like cross a point of no return. Like for instance, criticizing Joe Biden was fine if you wanted to criticize the fact that he didn't get Build Back Better, or that he was a little bit too conservative, or that he, you know, made some mistakes with the Fed, right? You could like pull some things about Biden, whatever. He wasn't, you know, adamant enough on trans rights or this, that, or the other. Or he, you know, but that's fine. But when you get so mad at Joe Biden that you started calling him Genocide Joe like every single day, 20 times a day, after a while, there's no way you could vote for Joe Biden or even Joe Biden's party, because now you have said Genocide Joe so much that even mentioning his name, you're filled with the resentment and the nasty taste of genocide in your mouth. And so, like, for me, I'm not so much concerned about people criticizing the party in a constructive way. I am concerned about people that harp on very sort of, I will never vote for this guy, or this guy is as bad as Donald Trump type of narratives, that then program them to the point of where if that candidate wins, they just can't vote for him because they have programmed themselves to, like, there's no way they can vote for him. And potentially other people hearing you say that over and over, that this guy is the worst candidate out there, then maybe other people won't be able to vote for him, because we do get influenced, right? And criticism of saying, hey, I don't understand why, you know, Gavin Newsom said that thing about the billionaire tax and in California and why he didn't support it, and then seeking understanding versus coming out and saying, I will never vote for Gavin Newsom if he wins. Fuck him. Fuck the Democratic Party. Like, that's not criticism. That is somebody that is out there potentially going to condition a bunch of other people that if Gavin wins, they just won't vote for him. And so I'm more about, like, you're right that not all criticism. You haven't seen anyone saying that? See, I've seen that a lot on TikTok, actually. There's a lot of people on TikTok that are saying that stuff. There's like, I'm not seeing them in chat here necessarily, but I'm seeing them on TikTok and Instagram already, which is crazy because he hasn't even announced his candidacy yet. And there's already a group of content creators that are on TikTok and on Instagram and on YouTube saying, you know what, Democrat Party, if you allow Gavin Newsom to become the candidate and he wins that primary, like, we're not even voting. And that's fucking wild, dude. That is some wild shit because he hasn't even announced his candidacy and they're already just like ending it, you know? And that's wild to me. Because, like, dude, I'm not going to defend Gavin. Like, dude, that guy's a mess. And we don't even know if he's going to make it through a primary. But I'm certainly, if he wins the primary, I'm fucking voting for him. If fucking Kamala Harris wins the primary, I'm voting for her. If fucking Timbuktu wins the primary, I am voting for Timbuktu. You know, full throttle. Right? And you know what I'm saying? And so that's what's crazy, right? And so, like, that's what's been making me nervous. Like, you know, and so I guess I'm hypersensitive to that. Because the thing is we can, like, I think constructive criticism is very healthy, which is when you have criticism and when you have a resolution, right? Like, for example, if you say, like, I hate the fact that Gavin Newsom didn't vote for a billionaire tax in California. And then when somebody says, oh, well, maybe he didn't do it because doing a statewide billionaire tax is bad and doing a federal one is actually the way to go. And so, but that doesn't mean that Gavin would do a federal billionaire tax. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just pro-billionaire, right? But then the question would be, like, to criticize, like, I don't like the fact that Gavin Newsom is pro-billionaire. And so if he wins the primary, I'm going to have some reservations because I'm still going to vote for Gavin, but then I'm going to kind of try to pressure him to do a billionaire tax after he gets elected when he's safely in power. To me, that seems fine. Like, I hate that that's his policy, but I'm going to vote for his ass anyway if he wins, and then we're going to try and bring it to pass. To me, that is like criticizing, but still we're reiterating our dedication to preventing J.D. Vance from winning. And I don't have a problem with that. But I guess there are some people that I've seen, not necessarily in this chat, but I've been seeing a proliferation of people that are like leftists or socialists. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what their thing is, but they're basically saying if anybody other than their approved candidate gets nominated, they're going to actively thwart the Democratic win. And to me, I'm like, that seems really dumb. And that seems like I don't think we should do that. You know what I mean? I don't think we should do that. I think that's definitely got to have some resentment there, right? That is somebody that is like so mad at the corporate Democratic Party, or they don't want to be Democrats and they're just voting with Democrats because they don't have any other access to power. And I think we do have a little problem with that, is that some leftists want to be in a leftist political party with power, but nothing like that exists in America. So they're forced to vote for the Democrats, and they hate it because they're never getting to vote for the people they want to vote for, right? You know? Like, let's go. All right. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out, you know? But I will heed your words that not all criticism is bad. I agree. And I know sometimes I'm like, don't criticize, right? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, criticism can have its place, but I think the thing that's really interesting is it's like criticism has an effect on people who hear it. Okay. Right. Like Like, for example, if I have a kid and he's an adult now, he's moved out, but I had a kid, I had a girlfriend. It's like, if I walk around all day criticizing things, it creates a type of energy that isn't as productive as if I walk around all day, like seeking out like empowered solutions. And so I don't know that criticism is necessarily beneficial. I think looking at potential outcomes and thinking about like actionable solutions based on those potential outcomes is more effective than just walking around criticizing, because we can criticize politicians all day long and it's not really going to affect them. They're in Washington. They're doing their own thing, right? I think criticism affects us more than it affects them. It can make us not like the party, make us not like the candidates, make us not want to vote, make us feel hopeless. And so I think maybe instead of criticism, maybe like looking at the pieces we do have to work with and trying to talk about actionable solutions where we can try to get everybody's needs met could be more beneficial, than just criticism, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't have all the answers though, because, I just, most of the time I don't get what I want out of voting, right? I don't. I wish I did. Yeah, people need to emote and process. Yeah, no, I get that. And you know what's hard though, Anna, is it's just hard being in a chat, right? Because you don't know anybody's tone, right? It's just words. And so I think like criticism is more effective when people are in the room together and they can read each other's body English and shit. But like being critical, like expressing criticism over a chat is really difficult because, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like nobody can read the tone, right? Everybody gets to see my tone, but I don't get to see theirs. And, right? Yeah, so it's hard. But you're right, though. You're right. It's like people do need to vent. They do. They do need to vent and they do need to be heard, You know what I'm saying? But you know what's crazy though, guys? Here's the thing that's crazy though. You ready? And I think some of this is our roles, right? Because like what's weird about it is like I feel, and maybe this is wrong of me, but I feel like as a political commentator, since I am a member of the Democratic Party and I consider myself a Democrat and I like being a Democrat. I'm not resentful myself at all of being a Democrat. Okay. I like the party. I've been a member of the party my whole life. And I take a certain degree of pride of being a Democrat, even though there's a lot of things about the party I don't love, right? Same as there's a lot of things about the country I don't love. There's a lot of things about the city I live in I don't love, or my neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, there's never a situation where, I just love everything, right? There's always like the good and the bad. But I feel like as a political commentator and a member of the Democratic Party, I feel compelled to defend the party a little bit because it is how we get power. And it's the infrastructure we have and we share and we commune under and we have D's next to our name. And so, like, I guess it's hard for me because I feel like defending and holding the party together and keeping the party together is part of my goal, as opposed to like, I don't want the Democratic Party to fall apart and fracture and become like three different parties. I think that would be devastating. Right? That would be a huge amount of Republican victories. So I guess that is a conflict of interest sometimes because people like, especially people with progressive thought, they don't feel that kind of allegiance to the Democratic Party that I do. And I might feel that because I'm still thinking about running for office. And if I ran for office, I would want to be a part of the Democratic Party because I would want to be, you know, they have the infrastructure that would be necessary for me to accomplish the things I want to accomplish. And yeah, 2024, like once I saw people calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe, I knew, oh man, every person who called Joe Biden Genocide Joe was going to have a real trouble voting for any Democrat, right? That was like, oh shit, bro. You like, I'm seeing people conditioning themselves to hate the Democrats because they're making the Democrats the party of genocide simply by repeating phrases over and over and over again. And so I was like, wow, that's awful self-destructive of us. I don't know if we're going to be able to overcome it. And we didn't. We never did. We did not. And so, you know, I guess it's hard because you're right. We do need to hear people and give them space to express themselves. And yet, you know, some people I think don't simply want to express themselves. I think some people actually do hate the fucking party. And they, if you like the party, it bothers them. And then you get into a skirmish, right? And like, you know, and it's hard to tell which is which with the Twitch chat, right? You know, it's like, you know, and so, yeah, I don't know how to manage that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's because we have a complicated coalition because we don't all get along. We have competing interests too, right? We have competing interests. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting road, you know, but I think for me, I feel like the energy we bring can really color our overall experience. And so if I wake up every day and only focus on the things I don't like about the Democratic Party, right? You know what I'm saying? If I wake up every day and only focus on the things I don't like about the Democratic Party, I am not going to be excited to help the Democrats win. Like I personally, just my life philosophy, I believe that a certain amount of energy needs to be spent focusing on the things you do like about the things you're supporting in order to maintain healthy levels of support. Because if all you do is focus on the things you don't like, you will get into a negative feeding loop where pretty soon you'll look at it and there won't be anything you do like because all you've been reflecting is the negative stuff. And so I tend to maintain, like, people are like, you're so positive and you're so like, you have such a good energy, but I have that because I mostly only focus on the things I like and the things that positively reinforce. And a lot of the shit that is negative that really bothers me, I focus on it a minimum and only when I really have enough power to actually do something about it. Like for example, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, if for example, even with Gavin Newsom, when Gavin Newsom opposed the California billionaire tax, I looked at a possible reason why he opposed it, because a California billionaire tax is actually bad policy. You want a national billionaire tax that they can't evade. But what's crazy is the people who want to hate Gavin Newsom about the billionaire tax, they don't want to hear the part that the California billionaire tax is actually bad policy. Like, that'll just make the billionaires move their shit out of California. And you don't want that. You want to have a federal one. But they don't want to hear that, some of them, because they want to hate Gavin Newsom because, right? I think some of that is not, like, they're overlooking all the shit he did for trans people, all the shit he did for the LGBTQ, the fact that he ran this massive economy, the fact that he survived recall votes and stands up to Trump, and like he battled for school, like transgender athletes competed in California schools. I mean, he did so much, but then like they look at a couple things that he didn't do and they're like, fuck this guy. But I'm like, man, dude, the guy actually did a lot of really good shit. He did bad shit too, but like he certainly didn't do, like, he did some really good things as well, you know? And so that is what's really like, it's like, it's hard for me because I don't know, you know, I maintain passion and energy by focusing on the good. And I don't spend a lot of time. I only focus on the bad if I can actually do something to change it, right? Like for example, you know, if a candidate I won, like for example, with Graham Plattner's a good example, okay? Like if I don't like Graham Plattner and Graham Plattner may win the fucking primary in Maine, and then I may need to support him. So if I'm having trouble supporting Graham Plattner, like I might have to phone bank for him, and then I might have to get to know more about Graham Plattner through phone banking for him and doing something actionable of like, you know, because I don't like the guy. And so I'm going to have to find a way to like him to, right? You know, like as opposed to, I don't know. Does that make sense? It's like, if I can't do anything with the criticism I'm levying, does the criticism really help me? It doesn't. It's like criticism is best when I have something actionable that I can do. Otherwise, I'm just creating a negative tape between me and the thing, you know? And so, yeah. So, but that's like how I function. That doesn't mean other people function that way. So I guess maybe it's hard because if other people function differently, I sometimes have to, you know, create an energy because at the end of the day, I need to protect my own passion and my own energy because it takes a lot of it to keep coming back and doing this job and you know, summoning this kind of energy. And so that's where it gets complicated. Dude, I don't think you should tell me to shut up and dance. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like that fucking energy. I think maybe that's the kind of energy that's gonna get you fucking removed. Thank you. Appreciate you. Right? You know? I mean, we're working shit out, right? We're trying to hold leftists, right? We're trying to hold leftists and Democrats together, right? Very first comment, yeah. I mean, my thing is I'll say this on the record. If you find me annoying, go somewhere else, right? Right? If you find me annoying, you don't have to be here. But don't come in here and hang out, right? And then tell me I'm annoying. Like, fuck off. Go somewhere else. Let's go. All right, you ready? Now we dance. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get better though about letting people have their fucking venting, right? And you know what I'm saying? But I do admit though, sometimes I think like I protect my own positive energy, right? And that is about being supportive. MLV, let's go. Thank you, boss. And that's probably hard, right? If like some chatters come in and they're feeling stressed and they're mad at the Democratic Party and they need to vent, but I need to stay passionate and excited. And so I'm focusing on all the good shit. And they're like, fuck you, I want to focus on this bad shit. And I'm like, well, I can't focus on the bad shit because I got to stay passionate and energized because I'm fucking energizing for, 700 people. And then we get into a little bit of an energy battle, right? Because I do need to keep my energy up and positive, You know what I'm saying? I do. It's like, otherwise I'll fucking, it'd be real easy to get bitter in this climate, dude. Jesus. Dude, like every day that I get on Twitter, I wake up and get on Twitter and I'm like, what the fuck is this world, dude? How did we get this world, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you ever do that? Do you ever wake up and you get on social media and like I'll get on Twitter For You page in the morning and I'm like, holy shit, American politics are fucked, dude. Our country is fucked, right? And then I'm like, whoa, I need to disengage. I need to go have a cup of coffee. I need to go like start editing or something. Like I just wake up and it's just so filled with like R slurs and F slurs and negativity and anti-trans people, and it feels like they're all winning, right? Because they're so loud and they're being emboldened so much on the social media networks. And then I feel like, wow, dude, is it really that bad out there? Dude, I wake up, not all days, but some days I wake up and it's like, holy shit. It just feels like we're never going to have a good world again, you know? Yeah, let's go. Hey, man, I appreciate all you guys. Dude, it's a hard world out there. All right, you ready? We're going to get through it. Dude, we will get through it. I'm going to do better. You ready? Now I'm going to dance. Dude. All right, let's go. Dude, it's funny, boss. The world is funny. Had a few drinks. Dude, you had a few dinks. I had a few dinks. All right, here we go. Let's get into the fucking deja vu. It's time. It's time. Yo, 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 yo. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Got a lot of choices. I got a lot of ways that I can go. I hear a lot of voices. Say, but I've known been here before. Yeah, I do this feeling that I have now, almost a bit holy, notion that I will make it out somehow.
Dude, I'm out of energy, boss. I'm so tired. Whoa. Jesus. Dushin, let's go. And I knew. If I do, you would have said, but no, you chose to be red. Thank you, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Dude, big love. Good night. MLV, let's go. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your head, baby. Don't give up. I'll see you tomorrow. Woo! Good night. I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure